Hello, good morning, everyone. Depending on where you are, it is 11 a.m. where I am here in New York. Welcome to day two of our Community Action Lab. We are really excited that you are here and you will be joining us as we discuss, strategize, and identify practical steps that we can take to mobilize together around key social justice issues. And so we hope that you got a chance to either join us on Friday night, where we launched with such powerful discussions around how we engage our communities, how we get involved civically, how we think about our own relationship with God and the freedom and liberation that brings, and what it offers us to be able to bring to others. And hopefully, you got a chance to listen to the charge that really motivated us and caused us to introspect by Dr. Jason Uroke around our duty to continuously fulfill Christ's mission, to go into the darkness, to be the hands and feet of God, to do the work that God has really called us to do. And so we just appreciate you being a part of this weekend with us and all that we will discuss. So we have a packed day for you all today. We will be moving through each hour a number of different topics. We're launching off with a conversation about how we understand the law and its implications in realms such as immigration and areas such as, just knowing your rights and how can we get involved? What can we do to protect ourselves and protect our communities? Then we'll talk a bit about our health care crisis. We'll discuss public health. We'll discuss what it means to even build coalition. Is it possible to unify across different racial and ethnic groups for the work of social justice? We'll really dig into the erasure we see happening within our educational system and what we can do to ensure that our histories and the information that we know is necessary to teach our kids, to teach our community, to remember for ourselves remains central in the work that we do. And then we are going to end off with a really powerful conversation about youth leadership and creating room for the youth to take this work forward, what it means to organize intergenerationally, where is the mentorship across generations for social justice activism, and how we can lock hands and ensure that we are doing this work together, because that's the work that's needed in this day and in this time. So we invite you all to be a part of what I think of as the imagining, right? What might it mean to reconnect to your own imagination for the world that you want to live in, for the community that you belong to, for your household, for your children, for the next generation? How do we ensure that we don't lose our imagination in this moment? And we know that the great Frantz Fanon said that each generation must discover its mission to either betray it or fulfill it. And we are here with the hope that we are fulfilling our mission, and we invite you to be a part of doing that with us. So we're launching off right now with a powerful charge by one of our leaders here at ASJ, Dr. Jasper Bernard. I am going to just hand it right over to you, Jasper, and take it away, get us started, set the foundation, and we will be ready to go. So welcome, y'all. Get comfortable. We hope you brought a snack or your brunch or your breakfast.
Well, good morning, everybody. Um, I've been I've been charged to make this about 15 minutes, so I'm gonna do my best. I gotta dispense with all the niceties and pleasantries. We gotta get going. So, just really quick. Again, my name is Jasper St. Bernard. I am currently a visiting professor at Rhodes College here in Memphis, Tennessee. I did my dissertation. I'm a PhD in philosophy. I did my dissertating work on Ida B. Wells and our anti-lynching campaign, and I put that at the beginning. It'll make sense toward the end because I want to just sort of lay some groundwork really quick and then focus on her as an illustration. I want to strongly encourage you to, if you haven't, to listen to the panels from Friday evening where they dive into the theology. And I'm just going to try to illustrate it with actual biography. But first, I want to start by sort of highlighting an article. I taught a class this semester on the intersection between race and religion and its impact on the making of America. And in that class, one of the things that I bumped into was this article written by an incredible Black woman theologian. Her name is Jacqueline Grant. She's a women's theologian, incredible thinker, and she wrote an article called The Task of the Prophetic Church." And in that article, she defines what the church is supposed to be, and I just want to lay that out just as like to open us up. So she says that the church is especially ordained by God, or it understands itself to be especially ordained or chosen by God. And in that choosing, it's given a special access to a certain kind of knowledge about the kingdom of God. And so because it has this knowledge, it's expected to share this truth with the world. And so the gospel, we all understand it in its basic formation. She says, right, that God loves, God cares, he forgives, and he redeems. And that the church's task is to affirm the God createdness of every human being. She says one clear example of this gospel is in Luke 4. It's a passage that we're all familiar with, so I won't go to it. But in that, it's where Jesus declares what his task was as the Spirit was upon him. Now, the reason she highlights that is she says that Jesus grounds the gospel in the concerns of the social, right? So it's not merely individual. It's not about what it does for me, but there's social implications and social concern in that gospel. She says that it applies to the oppressive human condition. So the church is supposed to take this up and join Jesus in this concern. For Jacqueline Grant and other theologians of her ilk, the faith is not just an individual task, but it's a social task. And she says that if faith and action are inseparable, which we claim to believe to be true, then it means that the church cannot be a real community of faith without being an agent of social change geared towards eliminating human conditions of suffering and oppression. And so she says, whenever there's a contradiction between the expressed reason for the existence of the church, that spreading of the gospel, and the reality of the church's existence, both internally and externally, she says, out of this contradiction emerges the prophetic church. And I'm interested in this moment because we or those of us who claim to believe or grew up in the Adventist church, we know that the Seventh-day Adventist church understands itself to be a prophetic movement. So I see Jacqueline Grant as critiquing and challenging our mission. And so she lays out 5 tasks for the prophetic church. She says the first task is to express its reason, the reason for being. The second task is the first task is to discern the will of God. The second task is to expose the oppressive nature of society, and that to express this will, that God's will is for the elimination of oppression, injustice, and evil wherever it exists. She says the third task of the prophetic church is to serve as an agent of admonition. The fourth task is to move beyond admonition to confrontation, and the fifth task is to create a community of faith, fellowship, peace, justice, and unity. And so I was thinking about how we understand books like Daniel. I grew up in the Adventist church. I went to Lord knows how many Revelation seminars. And often when we look at Daniel, what is highlighted is the time setting or the image in Daniel 2. And the closer, when we read Daniel closer, though, we see even in those prophecies, God who is concerned about justice. And so just to highlight, right, in Daniel chapter 4, when Nebuchadnezzar has that dream about the great tree and how all the animals and trees all reside, when Daniel interprets that dream for him, he gives him a charge at the end of the dream. And it's in Daniel 4:27. I'll read that really fast. He says, therefore, O king, let my advice be acceptable to you. Break off your sins by being righteous. We love that part, right? The individual call to a better life. But then he says, he follows it up by saying, let your iniquities or break off your iniquities by showing mercy to the poor. So even in the book of Daniel, we see this mingling of the individual and the social. That it wasn't good enough for Nebuchadnezzar to, quote, get his heart right, but he also, Daniel is charging him to be concerned for the poor, to do more for others. And he says, maybe if you do this, this dream, the fulfillment of this dream may not come upon you. However, Nebuchadnezzar ignores them. And then, the story goes, he eats grass for 7 years until he acknowledges the Most High and his call for justice, right? And so in the prophetic literature, and I could have pointed out Amos or Micah, Nahum, all of the prophets were called when God was trying to alert Israel to the contradiction between what they were called for and the condition of things. And so any prophetic movement, any group of people who claim to be following along this idea are also being called to point out where these contradictions lie. And so I'll end this short charge by pointing us to Ida B. Wells. Now, she is pretty well known when she's known, but when she's often understood to be a journalist and sort of a liberatory freedom fighter. But when we look closer at her story, I want to highlight her story to show you where her ideas of justice emerged out of. Okay, so she was raised, according to her autobiography, she was raised in a pretty strict Christian home. And on Sunday mornings, she was only allowed to read the Bible. And so she tells us that by the time she leaves Holly Springs and makes it to Memphis, Tennessee, she had read the Bible through a few times. So she's immersed in the text. And so when she hits Memphis, she starts as a school teacher, but she's also writing some, and she can't help herself but write against the injustices in the school system and various other places. She actually gets fired from the Memphis school board because she decided to write about the maldistribution of resources in the schools. And so she fully immerses herself in journalism. And so she starts to write about various things. All the while, when she's in Memphis, biographers have referred to her not just as a race woman, but as a church woman. She was very much embedded in the church community. She ran Sunday school classes, different things like that. And she also held the preachers in town to task. If she felt like a minister was preaching a milquetoasty gospel, she would highlight that in her writing. And so she didn't make friends too many. Sometimes she lost friends in doing this. In 1892, there was the lynching of 3 men who ran the People's Grocery. They started a People's Grocery, a Black-owned grocery store here in Memphis, Tennessee. One of those individuals was her friend, and this drove her to investigate lynching. Now, at the time, the myth of what drove lynching was the inordinate uptick in the sexual abuse of white women by Black men. This myth was starting to grasp hold. She tells us in her autobiography that she even believed it at some time. Frederick Douglass, other leading proponents, they didn't really want to touch it for reasons that I don't have too much time to get into. But the lynching of these 3 men related to the People's Grocery pushed her to investigate lynching. She saw that the majority of lynching victims were not even accused of this myth. And so she started to write about it. In her editorial, I should mention, she is the first Black woman to own a co-ownership in a printing press. And so she used the printing press, the free press, to write about this issue. It gets her, long story short, it gets her exiled from Memphis under threat of being lynched herself. And so she ends up in New York and then in Chicago. And I tell you about this journey because when she gets to Chicago, she doesn't stop crying out for injustice, but she continues to write. But she also starts clubs in town and different things. She actually she had a Sunday school class and in Grace Presbyterian in Chicago. And out of that Sunday school class emerged the Negro Fellowship League. And one of the first things they did was raise money to prosecute a police officer who had killed a Black man in the city. And so she uses her pen to investigate lynching, but she also is fundraising for anti-lynching causes, police brutality, other things. The Fellowship League, they play a role in the Great Migration. When people get to Chicago and they don't have lodging and employment, they help people with that. And so we see her hands in many different things. And what is important to understand about Ida B. Wells is this had a theological motivation for her. She saw the disconnect between the lived condition of Black people and other people in Chicago, and she felt like it was out of touch with the justice that was being declared in the Bible, the prophetic call for justice. And she didn't just keep it in her Sunday school class, but out of her Sunday school class emerged all of these different mechanisms and movements that were actively pursuing a more just space. And so we see in her illustrated this what Jacqueline Grant tells us is the task of the prophetic church. And so it's not that the prophetic church, if one claims to be a part of a prophetic movement, it's not that they just get to feel sorry for the conditions of things. It's not that they just get to look and sort of cry out about it in their Sabbath school class, but the demand from God is that they do something about it. And we see in Wells illustrated that there are many ways to go about it. If public speaking isn't one's way, if writing isn't one's strength, then there are ways. There's fundraising. She would go investigate lynchings and then make those investigations because she believed that the facts were important to making the story clear. And so I just want to rest. I just kind of want us to sit as we think and we move into the practical, and we get tools from different people whose boots are on the ground, that we listen carefully for what God is asking us to do and what God is asking us to be. Because like Jacqueline Grant, we agree that faith and action are inseparable, but the action is not just, my individual Sabbath keeping. It's not, etc. The list is long, and the things that we think will make us righteous. But as Daniel told Nebuchadnezzar, what is our role, and how are we calling the powers that be to the true act of righteousness, which is doing mercy to the poor, the widow, the dispossessed, the orphan? Because in that, I'll end by saying, like, we are indebted to someone like Ida B. Wells. We have a different America without her. The way she led the anti-lynching charge in a time where many people did not want to speak out against it for fear of being misunderstood as associated with a group that was deemed problematic by the preachers and the press and the politicians at the time. But Ida B. Wells pushed through that because of this prophetic charge, and she called America to a greater a deeper understanding of what it was to be just. And we don't have an America, we have a different America without her. But it's important to understand that she was only answering the prophetic charge that she felt God was giving her. And so what is God asking of us? Where is God asking us to join the work? What is our part in doing the work, so that we can also play a part in calling America to a deeper understanding of what it means to be just? It is one thing to believe that Jesus is soon to come. It is one thing to to be able to believe that it is our job to preach the gospel. It's another thing to join God in his understanding of what it means to be working on behalf of the people. And so as Ida B. Wells, as our witness, as our ancestor, and as our example, let us ask ourselves, what is God asking us? And let us not wait to join this all-important and all-encompassing work of moving the world to see and to desire a more just way. Be blessed. I hope this is a blessing to you. And I want to tell you that I'll put the bullet points from Jacqueline Grant's article on the ASJ Facebook page in case this went too fast. And I can even get you the article if you reach out to me. All right. God bless you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Dr. St. Bernard, you just left us with such a powerful question. What does it mean to be just? And what is God calling us to? And I just want to thank you so much for taking us exactly where we need to be as we start this conversation. May we all reflect on that question. What does it mean to be just? That's deep. It's thought provoking. Thank you so much. Shane, I'm handing it right over to you. Take it away from here and introduce our.
Okay. Thank you, Tiffany, and thank you, Jasper, for reminding us of that we ought to affirm the God createdness of human beings. I hope I got that quote right. Affirming the God createdness of human beings. And we have a wonderful panel, a wonderful discussion to begin this morning's session after such a profound charge. We're going to be discussing perspectives, policies, and people, immigration, law, and order. And I have a wonderful panel assembled for this discussion. I'm waiting for others to join. I know that the technical team is bringing them on anytime now. And we have all ladies crew this morning. And I would like each of you to introduce yourself. My name is Shane. I'm based in New York. For those who don't know me, I think the only person right here who doesn't know me well is Simone. But I'm based in New York. I'm an attorney as well. But please each of you introduce yourselves. Good morning. Starting with you, Simone. Tell us a little of your background, where you're from.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. So my name is Simone Marshall Hayes. I am from the Caribbean originally. I live in Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm a labor and employment attorney, but I also have a background as a prosecutor where I did deal with a lot of intersection with immigration and criminal implications and how those things would overlap. And I've always, as an immigrant to this country myself, like I said, my family is from the Caribbean. So I have always had a passion for immigration law and looking at the impacts on our community. But it's good to be here with you guys today, and I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Awesome. Anissa, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Anissa Perez, pronoun she, her. I'm a daughter of an immigrant from Central America. Also, I pride myself in being an advocate for the least of these and, servant leader. In my day job, I'm a senior UX researcher. And so in a past government job, I had the honor to go to the Southwest border, researching the end-to-end migrant experience. So like when people cross over and then going into the interior and following that process and their experience. And then on a personal level, I've also produced a lot of free immigration rights events in the DMV area. And I should have mentioned I'm located in the DMV area. So I'm in Silver Spring, not too far from the General Conference. And so I've put together, immigrant rights events, particularly for the Spanish-speaking communities. And so we've brought together immigration attorneys, local public servants, subject matter experts, and other like-minded organizations to assist the community. And I'm also an ASJ board member. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm excited for this chat.
Awesome. And last but not least, Mrs. Samantha Virgo. Introduce yourself, Samantha. Just tell us a little about your background. Are you hearing me, Samantha?
I think she's not able to hear us.
Okay, we're gonna ask our technical leader to see if he can get Samantha audio fixed. But in the meantime, let's start the discussion. No, I know I sent a a raft of a rush of questions and articles. But that was just to sort of stimulate our thinking on the matter. You won't be held to that. Except I would love to start at executive orders, only because at the beginning of President Trump's term, he released a raft of, I think, Samantha, you're hearing me now? Are you hearing me, Samantha? Because I'm hearing you're typing. We are hearing you, Samantha. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's continue. We hear. Yeah. They're working on it. They're working on it. Okay. So, as I was saying, the President Trump came into office, and there was a rush, a raft of executive orders, from economic matters to immigration. So, Simone, if you could just give us a bit understand of what are executive orders. Are they law or are they rulemaking? And how should we necessarily treat them? Yeah.
Oh man. So executive orders are statements made by the president within his power, his executive power, that often are used to guide agencies. So we call them like the ABCs agencies, right? So we got like the DEA, the EOC, the Immigration Enforcement. So those are often the lens that executive orders are used to interpret. To establish something. They can be overturned and analyzed by the courts, and they, at the end of the day, are not allowed to be contrary to what the legislator has issued into a rule of law. So it is a complicated space because it is, the president doesn't have limits on what he or she can or they can issue executive orders on, but those executive orders can be overturned later. So they're not law, but they certainly do have an impact until they are reversed in some way. They are not, of course, allowed to be unconstitutional. And so not to get too far into the weeds now, but like this is super unprecedented where a president is saying, we are going, I'm issuing an order that is overturning something that has been known to be constitutional for years and years and years. That is not the proper use of an executive order. That is not normal. And that's why this issue, I think, is going to be reviewed by the Supreme Court on May 15th, because it is so flagrant, right? So hopefully that kind of helps. But that's an executive order.
So I think you're making mention of birthright citizenship, were you? Particular. Get a little into that, because historically we know that we, under the 14th Amendment, that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States. The jus solis and the jus sanguine, if you will, by blood or by soil. So get a little to that, and the fact that that is being challenged by an executive order, not statute. Not, so just get a little into that for me.
Yeah, I mean, it is. So, I mean, what's happening is that the president of the United States currently, Donald Trump, is saying that the birthright citizenship that we have always known, that has been around for so many years, okay, is now basically we're changing that. Now we're going to redefine. So a woman or who has a baby here who's on a student visa, her children are not necessarily going to be American citizens, which, like you said, the jus solis principle, which is like you're on the American soil, you're born here, and therefore you have citizenship. That is how we've operated in the immigration space in a recent and not so recent history. And so this shift, to say that basically if you're born here, you're not guaranteed citizenship is a huge shift to the American understanding of immigration rights, and a huge shift to the understanding of how we define citizenship and how we treat people who are born here in the United States of America. It flies in every interpretation that has come so far of birthright citizenship. It is a flagrant and completely defiant take on how the courts, how the legislator has really embraced this idea that people who are born here would have birthright citizenship automatically, and that's just kind of been our American principle. So it is quite shocking. I mean, we have obviously withstood so many different different ideas in terms of like political affiliation over the years. So this is not a Democrat or independent or Republican issue.
Right.
No president has challenged it in this way before. And so this is actually just a uniquely kind of Donald Trump in this moment, 2025 problem.
Right.
So yeah, sorry about that.
And it's not a novel concept. The court has, in fact, ruled on this matter many years ago, more than once, particularly with that Chinese case. So, Anissa, in your work, are you meeting people with concerns around a lot of these executive orders and how maybe the concerns, the fear, the misunderstandings of it, and even particularly around birthright censorship? What's your experience in the community on the ground treating with this matter?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm not currently working in the immigration space, but in my past work, yes, I did. But yes, now in speaking to the community, people in our churches, people you worship with, you don't go around asking, are you here with papers? Are you documented, or, are you undocumented? You don't just go around. And so you just never know. Even, and you might be surprised on the people that don't have their documents, And so there's a lot of fear. There's a lot of, and I can't speak for everyone, but people that I've spoken to, there's a lot of fear, a lot of anxieties. Like, can I go to the grocery store? Can I take my child to school? Things that are just like very like day-to-day tasks are now, people are thinking about it. People are staying home. I've gone to, ethnic restaurants, and I remember going before January 20th and it being bustling and busy, and now it's kind of empty. And I speak to, the servers, the hospitality folks, and I say, I'm noticing, that's like more empty. And they're like, yeah, so many people are just so scared. People are carrying around their green cards. And if you aren't carrying them, I've heard of a story that if you're not carrying it, you can be fined. And so it's just like, there's a lot of fear, anxiety, and it's awful. And like someone was saying, it's just the unprecedented time, and I'm personally tired of living in these unprecedented times, but that's the reality, right? And there's a book, and there's I wanted to name something. Okay, that's not going to work. There's a book called Defectors by Paola Ramos, and it's talking about, in the book, she talks about the Great Replacement theory and about anti-immigrant sentiments, right now, and that it's, provoking feelings that can transcend the lines of race and ethnicity, because it taps into like one of our most essential human traits, which is like our core identity, sense of identity and belonging. And so, immigrants right now are like the low-hanging fruit. People are like, oh, let's just, blame everything on them. And if we just place all the blame on them, it's like, oh, we can do other nefarious things and have a lot of executive orders that don't even make sense. So to answer your question, there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of hatred out there, there's a lot of negativity, but I think that's where we come in and we can be the light in these situations.
Indeed. I just want to state it just a little bit because there was a lot of concerns about how churches should navigate this time, right? So generally in the past, ICE officials would not even enter churches. Now there's a conversation about whether or not ICE will enter worship spaces. So I'm wondering, Simone, what are our rights in this time here that we need to be that we need to recognize and to be cognizant of, particularly on due process for undocumented people. So we are learning that people are being sent away to El Salvador. They're not seeing judges. So what are due process rights available to undocumented persons living in the United States?
So historically, yes, they have been. The Fifth Amendment has afforded, and 14th Amendment have afforded immigrants, undocumented immigrants, due process rights. However, the use of what is called the Alien Enemies Act has thwarted some of that. And I think that it is, I mean, that's an extremely old, relic. I literally, I wish I brought it with me, but I pulled out my immigration law textbook this morning just to kind of look to see, like, did I even read about that in school? Like,
Right.
it was like and I kid you not, it is one page. Okay. And I wish I brought it with me, but my immigration law textbook is huge. It's one of my thickest textbooks. Right. And it is one page because it is so, I mean, it was used way back in the day when they were talking about France sending people to our nation to be insidious. And then eventually they were like, Jefferson, okay, was like, and Madison were like, y'all, this is kind of nuts. Okay, we don't really need to do this anymore. And they basically kind of push this idea aside. And Trump is, using this to essentially say that anybody that he deems to be a threat, anybody that he deems to be treasonous is automatically eligible for deportation, for expedited removal. And I think that has some serious concerns. And I think that what do we do? I think we have to continue to speak up for the fact that this seems like an abuse of power, that this seems like this is the inappropriate interpretation and use of this law. We have to continue to litigate these things in court. We have to continue to bring these things forward, because even though technically his use of this, act is lawful, is it right? Is that who we want to be as a nation? Is that what we want to be doing? That being said, if anybody finds themselves, God forbid, but if anybody finds themselves in removal proceedings in any form or fashion, and they are afraid to go back to their country, they should say that clearly, very clearly, repeatedly, to make that known, because you are offered the most asylum protections, the most protections when you declare for asylum. That is currently almost, I want to say, like almost one of the only protected kind of due process rights that people have. Expedited removal, unfortunately, has been broadened to the entire United States. It was limited to just 100 miles within the border, but unfortunately, it has been expanded to the entirety of the United States. And the time for proving that you were in the United States used to be 14 days, and now it is 2 years. And so, when we're talking about, unfortunately, when we're talking about what you carry with you, you need to carry the documents that show, like your mail that shows that you've been here, right, for 2 years. What can you, pay stubs that show, so that you can show that you've been here for 2 years, because those rights, I think that Trump, for the most part, has kind of maxed out on some of those allowances, but he's going to continue to try to chip away at the rights of immigrants. And so we have to really make sure that we're pushing back on that. I definitely think there's some Fifth and 14th Amendment arguments that are going to be, taken to the courts, that are currently being litigated. And I'm curious to see how they pan out. Obviously, we saw how the court ruled that Kilmar needed to be sent back here because he was not properly removed, because he did not really fall under the category of proper expedited removal. And so we're going to see more and more errors. And I think the sad part is that the errors that are made, even if they're eventually rectified, still deeply impact those families, still deeply impact those individuals, still brings them to a different country or to a different place, or even to detention centers unlawfully, right? And that is something that the federal government is going to have to rectify or deal with when they're sued. They're going to have to deal with the lawsuits. They're going to have to deal with all those things. But in the meantime, people are unfortunately suffering.
Right. And just to piggyback on what you said, due process rights, we're talking about a fair hearing, right, before immigration judge. We're talking about the right to legal counsel. Now, in the immigration court, they don't necessarily provide the legal counsel, but you certainly have the right to legal counsel. The sad part is there was a contract with attorneys that they canceled at the beginning of the term that provided legal aid to undocumented people in those expedited removal cases. But we're talking about a right to fair hearing, a right to legal counsel. And I think that's very important for us to understand. And certainly, I would not necessarily give advice here, but as much as possible, I would wait on legal counsel before answering certain questions. So just to throw that out there, I will wait on legal counsel for further context. This Alien Enemies Act, the first time it was used, I believe, was in 1812 or something like that. And then the other times it was used in World War I and II. And after World War II, where we had the Japanese encampment, the Japanese people were placed in encampment in the United States, we said, wow, what a disgrace, right? To now come almost 80 years later to be using this act, I think it is not only surprising, it goes against all that we have come to know. And you mentioned Thomas Jefferson, Simone. When they were framing the Constitution, Thomas Jefferson actually said that he wanted to fill America with foreign people as quickly as possible. So America was trying to grow their population. Of course, back then it was a lot of white people, right? Based on the Naturalization Acts in those days. But after 1965 Naturalization Act, we have moved to a better framing of immigration. And so it is quite sad for where we are. Simone, I don't know if you have looked into sanctuary cities and where does that stand now? Many of our immigrant communities are in the cities that are known as sanctuary cities: New York, San Francisco, LA. Speak to the controversy and the contention now between the federal government and the local and state governments.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, and I would not say that I'm, Shane, you may have a little bit more information on this than even I do, but I know that for sure that we're seeing withholding of funds from cities that are saying that they are sanctuary cities. So kind of this desire from the federal government to basically force people into, or force cities into giving up their sanctuary city status. Of course, we're seeing the implementation or partnership between local law enforcement and federal agencies to enforce immigration tactics, which is, I think, quite threatening to the function of sanctuary cities, because now there are even more personnel that are kind of, I guess, a threat in some way. But yeah, it's definitely, sanctuary cities are definitely under attack. They're definitely being targeted by the administration and creating a lot of tension for those cities that are trying to do good work. Of course, we know how, people were being bused by other cities into, sanctuary cities to basically, try to overload the resources that were available to those, from those cities to individuals who are coming in. So this is not new. This is like something that has been kind of a strategic thing that's been going on for a number of years. But now we're seeing it from the federal side, or from the executive branch as well, where they are continuing to target and create issues for cities that are aligning themselves with providing sanctuary for undocumented immigrants.
Yes. Thank you, Simone. There's a question, and I wanted to get on that before I move on to bring Anissa back into the conversation. Due process are under attack. What reassurances can we give people? Can we give to people who are rightfully fearful? What reassurances can we give to people who are rightfully fearful? Any one of you can take that on. What reassurances can we give to people who are rightfully fearful in this time?
That's a great question. And actually, something I was going to add is that we're talking about immigrants and folks, but the lack of due process also affects those of us who are U.S. citizens, either naturalized or born here in this country. Because it's just like, they can just pull you off the street if you're speaking another language. Like we've seen cases around the country. If you look a certain way, black or brown, and you just like, you can say, oh, I'm a U.S. citizen. And just like, yeah, right. I actually know of a case here in the DMV area in Manassas where a guy he's like, I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen. And the agents were laughing and they're like, yeah, right. And so I know this is not answering the question, but I wanted to point it out that it affects all of us. And so like the reassurance is that I pray that God has his justice, and allows things to actually be just in this country, because we all need due process. Even the most vilest, people that do the vilest crimes and things, every single one of us deserves due process, a day in court to go through the process, and so, yeah, I don't know, Simone, if you have something else to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the hope for undocumented immigrants that are afraid, and you're right, Anissa, that it a large part of immigration too that I don't think that everyday Americans really process through is that it's typically it's not illegal for them to profile, right? And so there are a whole host of people, like I look like I could be probably 7 different ethnicities, and they could just be like, you don't look white. And so which I'm not obviously, but you don't look white. So we are going to target you now. And we're going to ask you for your documents and things like that. They don't have to believe me. I don't typically carry around documentation with me that establishes that I'm an American citizen. And so this idea of profiling is certainly not just an undocumented immigrants problem. But there is hope. I mean, there are several organizations that are stepping up to provide legal services for individuals who are going through this process. And there are parts of of course, the courts, and, I think being an attorney and recognizing that sometimes the courts are like the last of the Mohicans or the last of the individuals who are speaking up, right? But they are sometimes the saving grace of what we have going on here. They're the backstop, if you will, for a lot of these things. And there's so many points of litigation. There's so many lawsuits that are happening and developing. So help is on the way through some of the orders that have come down. And then, of course, like I said, there are attorneys that are stepping up to provide legal resources. There is that asylum backstop, which is really encouraging because it does mean that there will be some due process that is afforded to individuals who do need asylum. And that's really great. And there are resources that are being employed by cities and communities to provide resources to individuals who may be afraid to go to work or may be afraid to navigate their housing situation. That's an encouragement. I mean, the rallying of the American people behind the undocumented immigrant community and behind individuals who are facing this discrimination and this oppression, I think is really encouraging and should be something that people are locking into in their communities to find where the safe space is.
Yes, I would just add that the hope is us. The hope is our advocacy. The hope is us reaching out to our legislators, who, in fact, can write new legislations to counter executive orders that, it's percolating through the courts. So some of these things take time. Well, legislation, they can pass that in a day. So the hope is that we continue our advocacy and implore on our congressmen and women and senators to do something. The courts are always the final hope in when that is not done, when the legislature does not act, that they would reaffirm the constitutional order. Right now, some executive orders can come off like it is a decree, right? An edict from a king. So our system is that the court, which is an equal branch of government, can say, no, you have breached the constitutional rights of persons in the United States, which is what it says. It's persons in the United States. The due process is due to persons in the United States. And many of you might remember in the era when people were sent to Guantanamo Bay, there was a lot of litigation around due process. And even some, I hate to bring this up, but even some of the terrorists could not be even placed in Guantanamo Bay because of where they were first found. You can look into the details of that. I don't want to get into the weeds of that, but due process is for persons in the United States. So our hope is in us collectively as a community that we will reaffirm the constitutional order, that we will reaffirm the American value system on give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. That right? And it's in us advocating and reaching out to our legislators, asking them to speak to it, and in fact, if they could even clarify matters by other legislation. Now,
and Shane,
Mhm.
I wanna add something really quick, just kind of a demonstration of that power that happened right here in Tennessee on a local level, which I actually think this should be an encouragement to the entire nation, because we have such a supermajority down here of a Republican legislator that it is like they don't even really need to discuss anything with anyone.
Right.
They just kind of do, right? But there was this attempt at passing a law here that would allow schools to turn away undocumented children from being educated in the Tennessee school system. And it made quite a bit of progress in terms of gaining a lot of traction, obviously a lot of conversation. I want to say that it may have made it through a couple of votes, like it made it out of committee. And it actually ended up, because people called and talked to their legislators, talked to the House and Senate folks here, they actually ended up killing the bill. And that was a huge deal, because they were laser focused on making this happen and insisting that this was an appropriate move for Tennesseans to save money and to do all these things. And it wasn't. And that's because the people's voice, they said that it was some sort of funding issue and things like that. It was the people's voice that really rose up to let the, Tennessee legislator know, hey, this is not appropriate. And I often think that the things that happen here in, Tennessee kind of indicate what could be to come on a national scale, right? I think that we get a lot of things first, unfortunately, and then it kind of matriculates out. And so you should know that your voice is power, that when you call your senators, when you call your representatives, that they are wanting your vote. And when you say, listen, my vote is contingent upon what decision you make in this situation. If enough of you call, they will change their mind. They will shift to listen to their constituents, because at the end of the day, they represent the people. And I think that the good thing is that we're at a point in history where I think even some of those people who align themselves very, very closely with ideas of the extreme right, I think that even some of them are starting to chip away at those ideas to say, like, we're not in alignment anymore. And the more that we encourage their departure from those ideas that are harming our communities, the more that I think we'll see them making decisions that align with what we want.
Yes, absolutely. We have Samantha Virgo, Miss Samantha Virgo.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. You didn't get to introduce yourself. Introduce yourself to us.
Did you not introduce me, Shane?
I did not introduce you, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
You had technical difficulties.
Oh, okay. I saw Tiffany telling me you to introduce me. But hi, everyone. I am a New York practicing attorney. I'm more of a general practitioner, to be honest. But just by nature of me having a very strong Caribbean background, growing up in the Caribbean, of course, I had to ensure that my practice involved immigration. And so I know Tiffany thinks I'm an immigration attorney. I'm not an immigration attorney, but I'm an attorney who does immigration. So I have good insight, for our population.
Yes, thank you. Now, just for full transparency, Samantha and I are very good friends. So when you see her, taking me to task, is because we are very, very good friends, and we know each other for many years. So, Samantha, you have been listening to the discussion. Jump in, share your thoughts. We have touched on a number of different issues, but we want to get your voice on a number of those that we have already discussed. So share whatever thoughts come to your mind right here.
Okay, so I haven't been listening to the discussion, to be honest, because Ruben and I are working on the technical difficulties. So I logged on my phone and heard bits of pieces. So I know that you guys must have touched on like the constitutional challenges to the 15th and 14th Amendment, just our due process rights, and just that it's like a legal madness right now in terms of the current administration. What is impressed upon my heart to really share is, while one judge really defined this as, I think, a path to pure lawlessness, right? This is not the time to move fearfully. This is the time to move strategically. And while we should be cautious, yes, we shouldn't move in fear, right? So this is the time to lean into your constituents. This is the time to lead into your church leaders, one. This is the time to lead into your representatives, two. And this is a time to lean into sound legal advice. So I get calls on a daily basis from students, from just the general population, and looking for legal representation, looking for legal counsel, just looking for consultation in terms of what's happening with these executive orders and what does it mean now? Is it solid law? Is it not? And oftentimes I'm able to help them, but a lot of times I refer them to attorneys who only specialize in immigration, who've been dealing in immigration for over a decade plus, because they see a ton of clients that have a myriad of issues that they're able to immediately address. And what I say to my clients is, this is not the time to lean into people who don't have license to practice law. This is not the time to lean into your friend who's been filling out applications for a number of years, and for a number of reasons, because they may not be doing they're not doing the due diligence that legal representatives are doing. We're digging into statutes, we're digging into articles, we're digging into best practices, we're keeping up with executive orders, etc., right? And we have a legal obligation to be able to keep your information confidential and to give you the best representation possible. No other professional or person is under that obligation. So this is the time to truly lean into legal experts, and it's not the time to lean into that friend of a friend that may be able to help you with your application process. I don't know if counsels, you're seeing a lot of that. I'm seeing a lot of that. And I understand that there's an economic restraint, if you will, and there's an economic motivation oftentimes to go to non-legal professionals. However, there's a lot of resources out there. There's a lot of non-for-profits out there that can also provide you with free legal representation. That's quality representation.
Yes, indeed. Now, there's a question here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's from What a Word podcast, Ryan, another attorney. Many people might know Attorney Ryan Sharp. What resources can progressives provide for those afraid to come to court because of immigration status? Tenants subject to unreasonable rent increase, petitioners in custody battle, DV victims. What resources can, I suspect there may be resources out there. Can any of you speak to what resources people can utilize, under these circumstances?
I think it was a lot of what Samantha was saying, pairing up and hiring an attorney. A lot of folks are helping pro bono as well. I know those lists are long, but there's also community organizations like here in the DC area. There's a ton of organizations that are doing this kind of work and providing that, support. And then I also received an email, like if you sign up for like newsletters, you can accompany even like children to court now. I saw the other day, the children who are afraid and, are by themselves, unfortunately. And so they're looking for volunteers. So it's, plugging in with these local organizations that are doing amazing, incredible work, and seeing like what resources they have, to help folks in our communities and our churches.
And so they asked about like landlord tenant. So that's an important question, right? Because there's various implications where we see immigration surfacing. So landlord tenant resources, I know most of our boroughs have like help centers within their landlord tenant court. So you don't have to go in person, you can call them for assistance and they are able to direct you accordingly. There's a ton of bar associations in New York City, especially, who provide pro bono services. So reaching out to those bar associations, whether it's a minority bar association, a women's bar association, etc., and they can direct you accordingly to perhaps a not-for-profit that can help you with your specific legal issue. And to be honest, one of the charities that I really like is the Catholic not-for-profit, right? So they have a really good not-for-profit that help with immigration matters. Unfortunately, a lot of people reach out to them, so they have a lot of cases that they handle, but you can still reach out to them, and if they're unable to handle your case, they can direct you to another not-for-profit who can assist.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I can speak to where we are here in New York. There are a lot of public legal services.
Correct.
As a sort of non-for-profits, but well-financed public legal defenders in criminal matters, public legal attorneys for housing, and other matters related to, custody issues, family court issues, consumer rights issues. So there are a lot of legal services that are available. Certainly, right across the tri-state area where I am, and in New York City, each county might have at least 2 such agencies that are well established, well financed. And so I would say reach out to those. There are also law school clinics that provide services and free services, right? These practitioners, these students are overseen by well experienced practitioners, and you are getting good legal services. I myself did a clinic when I was in law school in family court, and I dare say you got good legal service, right? So I would say reach out to, you can do a quick Google search for free legal services from well-established entities. As Samantha mentioned, the Catholic services that provide, they're renowned for immigration services. So I think there are a lot of resources out there, particular to your location. that you can reach out to.
Mm-hmm.
And don't feel undaunted by the documents that are before you. Reach out to these agencies. You will get competent support. And I know Ryan Sharp, Attorney Ryan Sharp, he has worked in numerous areas of the law, but right now he's also working for a well-established defender's office in one of the counties in New York State. So I think that's one of the reasons why I asked that question, for you to know that there are such agencies and there are competent, experienced attorneys who are doing that. There are some other questions. I wanted to let me just get to some of these other questions before I move to ask another question of my class. I don't see it. I don't see the other question. Yes, this question. Are there any legal grounds for resistance? What penalties are there for non-immigrants who assist at-risk immigrant people? So I think there are two questions right there. So I'll just take are there any legal grounds for resistance? I suspect, I'm not sure what that resistance is. I suspect, are you asking if we should, aid in fleeing ICE, or as opposed to if you have an undocumented friend who is not necessarily, there's not a warrant for that person, but just feel unsafe in their location and wants to come and spend, and ask if you could, allow them to stay with you. I'm not sure how we can answer the question, but I'll turn it over to the panel. What's your view of that question, and what insight can you provide? Simone, you can start, and then Anissa and Samantha. Yeah.
I feel like you've heard enough from me, and we should just let Sam talk. I'm gonna make it really short. Okay, so I think one, resistance-wise, I think that Shane, you said it earlier, we are the resistance. And so are there legal grounds for resistance in terms of protesting what's happening and getting involved in our community and making sure that it's known that we don't support what's happening to our immigrant community? I think that, yes, we can do that. Does it come with a risk? In this administration, it does. I mean, we've seen student visas be revoked for protests and things like that. So we are living in some tumultuous times, but that doesn't mean that we should be quiet. In fact, we should not obey in advance, right? We should get on it, and we should be vocal. I do want to say that, like, if you are, and if any of there are tips, for when you are encountering an ICE agent, for example, you have the right to remain silent still. You do have a right to get an attorney. And these are important to remember. They have to have a proper judicial warrant to come into your home. You don't have to let them in your home. These are important things for people to know as they're thinking about what rights do I have to assert. Those are just some of the ones that come to mind immediately for me. And I'll turn it over to Sam and Anissa for their thoughts.
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I think the most important resistance is invoking your constitutional right? So understanding your rights, knowing that you don't have to let anyone into your home, knowing that silence is power in this instance, right? So you absolutely have the right to remain silent. Yes, you mentioned participating in protests. That's a form of resistance. Holding your leaders accountable, that's a form of resistance. Holding your church leaders accountable, especially, that's a major form of resistance. Now, we would need a little bit more details, as Shane rightly pointed out, in terms of, like, what do you really mean by resistance? Like, are we trying to take it to the next level? If you're trying to take it to the next level, I would say call me offline and we can have a more candid conversation about that. But for now, in the immediate effect, your greatest form of resistance is really just invoking your legal rights.
And something that I was going to bring up is it varies by jurisdiction, like, harboring undocumented folks, like we saw in Florida. I don't know if it's still standing, because I know people have tried to contest it, rightfully so. And then I wanted to say about, like, having, like, know your rights cards. I'm going to put a link in the chat, and I don't know if someone can post it in YouTube or Facebook. there's red cards, and it says, I have rights. And so on one side, it tells you what your rights are. And then if you don't speak English, you can order or you can download it from this website. It's the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. And on the other side, it has, like in your language. And then the other side is like your rights that you can show the agent that's coming to your home or stopping you on the street. And so just like having that and being, assertive and, just knowing your rights and sharing this with people. I've taken cards and taken them to restaurants where, it's like a lot of immigrants do eat, and I left them there right by the cashier, like, and so people, can take it. And so I went recently and they were all gone. I left like 100 cards. So people were taking them left and right because they want to know what their rights are. And, even people that are friends and family members of folks who don't have documents. So.
Yeah. And I do also have some of those cards we got from our partners in the unions. So the Know Your Right cards are very essential for you to have with you. So it reminds you of what some of those rights are, because you may not readily remember what your constitutional rights are. And so it's important that you reflect on that. I was reading this question a little. This is why I asked my panelists to come in on it. Recently a judge was arrested for allegedly aiding a person to flee ICE. So, which is, I guess my mind went to that. I think it's basically everything is going to be contextual in what exactly what exactly is the allegations against you. But I don't want to dismiss the work that you can provide if you are a non-immigrant, if you're a citizen, primarily if you're a citizen. Certainly you can, of course, share the cards that we're speaking of. You can protest, right? And feel free to protest because you're a citizen. You can, of course, as we mentioned before, call your representatives and
email them.
What's that? Or email them. Right? Email them. Their numbers are readily available on all sorts of websites.
Or show up to their offices.
Or show up to their offices if you have the time. Show up to their offices, right? So I think you can certainly resist in a myriad of ways. I would not, on this platform, as Samantha said, we can't tell you to break the law, even though in some aspect the law is a little unclear, right? You have the right to assembly, for example. Right? So to suggest that I'm with someone who's undocumented, I have the right to assemble. I have the right to freedom of worship. So I can go to church with someone. And if you come to my church, I will not be pointing out any undocumented person. You have to show up with a warrant, as Simone mentioned. And for churches, you can only review the public spaces of the churches. You can, in fact, render aspects of your churches private, right? So, I mean, I would ask churches to reach out to their conference attorneys or to their local attorneys, but there are ways in which those things can be done. So you can resist. What I would add here, however, is that if you are on a student visa, as we have said, as someone had mentioned, if you're on a student visa, I would highly advise that you do not participate in any protest at this time. Any physical protest. Your status is very tenuous, and so I would certainly advise that you sort of encourage us from behind the scenes, but not to do that. Let me see if we have any other questions coming up. Am I seeing any other questions?
I want to add, Shane, too, that even as non-attorneys, you can still go to nonprofit law firms, nonprofit entities that are representing people in these matters, and you can volunteer your time, because there are copious amounts of paperwork that these agencies or these nonprofits and agencies are combing through every day, that they sometimes have sort of a pre-screening process that you can help with. So don't count yourself out of the fight. you know, when it comes to even like the legal space, like you might be able to assist in some process. Obviously, you won't be able to go to court, but you might be able to help in other ways. So touch base with those resource providers in your community to make sure that they have the volunteers that they need to function at a high level to inform people what their rights are, to help individuals who are navigating this.
All right, guys, I'm on my last minute here. I'm on my last minute. So I'm going to give you guys, each of you 20 seconds, 30 seconds to frame your final thoughts on this or any other matter related to law and people and policy. So 20 seconds. We're going to start with Miss Anissa Perez.
I just wanted to encourage everyone that, you know, we have to welcome the stranger. There's so many different organizations we can follow. I wanted to give a plug real quick. There's an organization called Sojourners. There's also We Choose Welcome. These are like kind of more faith-based immigration organizations that, you know, you can plug in and you can get more resources. And, you know, like the Bible says, Matthew 25:35 says, I was hungry, you gave me food. I was thirsty, you gave me drink. And I was a stranger and you welcomed me. So it is our duty, you know, as Christians, as Seventh-day Adventist Christians, you know, to welcome the stranger in our church, on the street, in our schools, and anywhere that we are in public, and do as what God commanded us to do.
I want to encourage you to be mindful. There's going to be a lot of information that was circulated in the first 100 days, and there's going to be a lot more information. Be mindful of the sources that you turn to be able to get that information. And while it's important for you to be diligent with, you know, stay up to date with what's happening. Also protect your mental health. It can drive you crazy with everything that's happening emotionally, etc. So just be prudent in protecting your mental health, and don't stay on immigration topic 24/7, right? And rely on your professionals for guidance. Reach out to them. A lot of attorneys do free consultations, but I implore you now more than ever to make sure you turn to attorneys who've either been practicing immigration law for a number of years, or who have been assisting immigration clients for a number of years. And stay away from, there's a lot of people that's going to prey on these desperate times, and just ensure that you stay away from non-legal sources.
Yeah, I would say, stay encouraged in the fight, and don't let people scare you into taking a step back. Obviously, like Shane said, you know, you want to be careful. Some of us have fragile status, and so we need to be mindful of that. But for those of us who can speak up, let's do that, and let's empower our communities. Sometimes education is like so important, just to help somebody to feel more secure in their process and what they do and don't know. And so I think that as churches, I think that as community members, church members, people who have connections all over our cities and in the places that we reside, I think we should be using our influence to a max right now to try to help people to navigate these tumultuous times. And definitely take Sam's advice of getting proper legal counsel if you find yourself in a situation. Yeah. You want somebody who is an expert, who understands the nooks and crannies. So make sure that you're doing that.
Yes, and my final thoughts would be, your neighbors are fearful. If they need someone to shop groceries for them, see if you can do that for them. If they need someone to drop their kids off in the morning because, you know, they think, you know, because they're fearful, then see what you can do for them. See where you can help your neighbors who are fearful. That will be my final thoughts. Ladies, I will do this anytime with you. You just name the date or the place. It's my pleasure to be with you. And thank you for coming to ASJ Community Action Lab.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Bye, ladies.
Bye.
Well, there you have it, I hope. And we have now Ms. Brown, who's going to be leading us into the next session. Take it away.
Yes. Thank you so much, Shane. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about public health, all things public health. And we are indeed in a code red moment. And on this panel, we'll be talking about uniting for public health resilience. And today, I do have an esteemed panel of public health experts and healthcare practitioners who will be talking to us about all the public health issues that are affecting us, because before we are public health experts, we are also constituents, we are sisters, we're daughters, we're fathers, sons, we're human beings first. And these things affect us on a deeply personal level before it even gets to the systematic level. So I will now allow for our panelists to introduce themselves before we jump right in. So I will first start with Hadia.
Hi, everyone. Happy Sunday. My name is Hadia Severin. I'm a public health practitioner, an educator, a birth equity advocate. I currently serve as community engagement and grants manager at a company, Doula Care, and I am also the chair of marketing, communications, and events for the Mother Lab, which is housed in the Center for Black Maternal Health and Reproductive Justice at Tufts University. My work centers on maternal health equity, policy, and program implementation, especially in under-resourced communities. I'm also pursuing my doctorate in public health with a concentration of global health leadership, which ties deeply into my West Indian roots and my commitment to improving maternal health both here and in the US, both in the US and back home in the Caribbean. I'm passionate about dismantling colonial legacies in healthcare systems and reimagining what equitable care looks like, especially for Black and Brown people birthing here and abroad. I'm really honored to be in this conversation today, and I look forward to really getting to talk more about all these things.
Happy to have you. And I will switch gears to Michael.
Well, good morning or good afternoon now to everyone. I'm glad to be able to join you all here. I'm a pastor here in Louisville, Kentucky. I've been passionate about community health over the last really about maybe 7 or 8 years. While I was down in Tuskegee, Alabama, got introduced to a program at the Morehouse School of Medicine on community health leadership, and that really started my journey. And from there, I decided to pursue a doctorate in ministry in community health and sustainability. And so over the last 2 years, my research has been in the area of holistic health education in the church. I've recently expanded to looking at ways that we can have a conversation around the intersection between food insecurities and health disparities. As a pastor, I've seen a significant sort of kind of connection between those two. I wanted to investigate if that connection was demonstrated in the research, and in fact it was. And so that's been an area that I'm just continuing to probe, looking for very practical ways. And one of the reasons I'm excited about joining you all for making that work accessible. I believe faith-based communities, nonprofit organizations can really be at the foreground in this work and really can engage in some meaningful partnership with other communities, leaders who are looking to create transformational change in the area of community health. So excited to be with you all. Looking forward to sharing.
Thank you so much. And Tamar, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
It's good. My name is Tamar. Good morning and afternoon, everyone. I am out here in New York City. I wear a couple of hats, but the first one is I work for the New York City Council as the executive director of the Women's Caucus. I am also and forever will be a doula. And I just love maternal health. That is where my heart is. And I'm an advocate for women and wellness. And I just love discussions like this. So I'm excited to get started.
Awesome.
Thank you. So I think we have 3 maternal health advocates on here, because that too is my passion. So I am Shaina Brown. I'm an immigrant of Jamaican background. I am a daughter. I am an auntie. And I think I show up to this work with all of those lens and identities. And that is what makes it unique for us being Black women in this work. Taking care of holding space for those who are affected, because we know how the maternal health crisis affects our community. But before we get into the crisis itself, we wanted to talk about why we think that public health is under attack. If you could jog your memory, and you'll see that keeping clinics open, hospitals shutting down, budget cuts and everything has put public health on the chopping board for plenty of administrations, but especially this one. And it always gets the shorter end of the stick. And there's this saying that goes that your budget reflects your priorities. And I'm going to talk to you about like the recent cuts that have been announced. So on Friday, we see where the White House's Office of Management and Budget released their preliminary budget proposal. And in that, they're seeking to cut 163 billion, not million, billion in cuts to social services. And they are instead offering to increase the defense spending by 13%. So you're cutting social services by 163 billion, but you're increasing our defense spending by 13% to the tune of $1 trillion. And some of the notable cuts that I was able to pull from this budget proposal was that cuts for the Center of Disease, for the CDC, and they're proposing to half their budget. Cuts to National Institute of Health, cuts to Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, cuts to CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. So all of these cuts, and I'll share in the chat for everyone who wants to see the full budget proposal that they have decided to put forth. We know that the ACA is popular and everything. So why do you think that public health is under attack? And what part of this latest budget proposal promotes good public health? And I'll open that question to everyone on the panel. Like, what part of this budget proposal to reduce services to the tune of billions of dollars promotes good public health, and why do you think that public health is under attack and is in code red? Who wants to start first?
I hate to start, but we're living in a moment where public health is being politicized, right, and weaponized. The very systems that are designed to protect our collective well-being, right, vaccines, education, reproductive care, they're being reframed as these threats, these things that are working against us, that aren't for us. And it's not by accident. It's part of the strategy to erode public health and the trust that goes with it, right? To distract from the failures of the systems, and maybe failures to us, but successes to them, right? And shift blame onto our communities, who already carry this heavy burden, right? So for people working on the ground, especially in spaces like ours, maternal health and birth equity, this is creating there's this constant backpedaling. We're trying to close these gaps, but also defend what we're doing and why we're doing it and why it's important. It's exhausting. And so I really think that public health is not just a profession, it's public good, right? It's very necessary, very underrated. And it being dismantled by the way it is really speaks to the fact that it was never for us or by us, but we exist in it. And it's ongoing.
Absolutely.
I'll also add to that, Hadi. I love what you said. When we think of anything that has to do with the word public in it, we're thinking that it's only for the marginalized communities, but public just means everybody. It just so happens that when we discuss public health, and when things like, if we think about COVID, what did it do? It highlighted the injustices and the inequities and the disparities within our marginalized communities, right? So I think that they are, like you said, weaponizing public health against those that it affects the most, when we think of different situations and different initiatives and things like that. It does help us out the most, because the whole essence of public health is to help get equitable care to everyone. So yeah.
Wow. You know, I'm my mind, even as you were asking that question initially, it went back to a quote, and I was looking it up because I couldn't remember who said it. But it was Hubert Humphrey. He was vice president for the United States from 1965 to 1969. And he made a statement where he said that the ultimate moral test of any government is the way it treats three groups of its citizens. First, those in the dawn of life, our children. Second, those in the shadow of life, our needy, are sick or are handicapped, and third, those in the twilight of life are elderly. And so to sort of watch America now kind of go through this season that was just kind of spoken about, where we're literally rolling back services that are specifically designed for our children, for our needy and our elderly. It's absolutely heartbreaking. When I was a soldier in the Army, I remember there was a department in the military called civil engineering. And essentially what they would do is they would go into a community after the essential battle had been won on the ground, and they would begin re-engineering society. So they would build wells, they would publish new books, they would build schools and hospitals, they would create employment opportunities for the men in the community, understanding that if they didn't have those opportunities, they would look more likely to join various kinds of terrorist organizations. And that's when it dawned on me that we actually had the solutions. We actually know how to fix community problems. We're just misplacing our priorities. Anytime you would shift a budget to put 13% increase into defense spending while decreasing spending on allocation for the children, the needy, and the elderly in the tune of billions, demonstrates a misplaced priority. And to me, it's a tragedy of a tale of the times that we're living in. And I think part of the work that each of us have been called to do is to find spaces or gaps in these areas that are being created as a result, and figure out how can we create spaces where some of these needs can be met.
Absolutely. And I love where you talk about misplaced priority. And I think it's important for us to talk about how white nationalism has infiltrated government. It has infiltrated our churches. And I think that both ties together very well, because Christian nationalism, it's a framework, a cultural framework that is connected to the patriarchy. It's connected to nativism. It's connected to racial intolerance. And it supports this political conservative movement. And we know that conservatism, it's aligned with the Republican Party most times. Most times it's aligned with the Republican Party. They are of the mindset that defense spending and the US military is paramount. So this priority shifting from social services to defense spending is right in the framework of what white nationalism is about. And it's important to also distinguish between white nationalists and evangelicals, because Seventh-day Adventists, we are evangelicals. We are considered evangelicals. So it's important to also to make that distinction. But what I want for us to talk about now is how can we as Seventh-day Adventists distinguish ourselves from the narrative that has infiltrated government? Because for most people, they think that we are aligned, and we, meaning Seventh-day Adventists, are aligned with what is being proposed by the Republican Party. So how can we as Adventists distinguish ourselves from that viewpoint, and what can we tell or the people that are in our circles, what can we tell church leaders? How should they be expressing these things or sharing these things with their congregants and with the people that are in our churches? Dr. Mickens.
Yeah, I'll jump in there. So I think part of it is really just kind of understanding that as Seventh-day Adventists, one of our core principles is the principle of freedom. And for those who really love America, for those who consider themselves patriots in any regard, the love of freedom has always been at the core, or at least it's been articulated as being at the core sort of American life. And as Seventh-day Adventists, our understanding of freedom, it doesn't just extend to religious freedom. I know that a lot of times as Adventists, we love to promote religious freedom, but it extends to freedom in all areas of life. And if we really truly embrace a biblical worldview, freedom will be at the center of that. And once we place freedom at the center of our biblical understanding of how we engage in not only with the gospel, but how we apply the gospel to life, then I believe we begin to have a very alternative vision for life, for our world, for our country, than what's being presented right now in some of our conservative circles. And it's really kind of disheartening. It's almost as if Adventists have forgotten what we believe over the last 150 plus years. Either that or we never really believed that, right? Like maybe that was just what we utilized as our entering wedge into establishing Adventism as a denomination with credibility. But maybe that's not really at the core of what we believe. And the reason why I'm saying that is because what you'll often notice is that we'll speak out of two sides of the same mouth. On the one hand, we'll be sort of kind of talking about religious freedom and the importance of all people having the opportunity to have freedom of conscience and freedom of sort of religion, etc. But then when it comes to other areas where freedom would be acknowledged and respected, people's sexual preferences, other areas of life where people pursue their own freedom, we begin to kind of shrink back from that. And so I just believe that if we were to anchor our biblical understanding into the scriptural view of freedom that God has given to each and every human being that's been made in his image, that would in itself counteract what we're seeing in some of the religious conservatism that we're seeing coming out of sort of what I would call the right Adventism that is sort of moving toward the right rather than a biblical view of Adventism.
Yeah.
That was good. I really love that you spoke so much about freedom, because I think Christian nationalism is about control. It's fundamentally about control. It's weaponizing religion for political gain to justify racism, misogyny, state-sanctioned harm, right? So it's the opposite of care. It's the opposite of what we want to do as public health practitioners, as believers, as Adventists, right? And in public health, we're seeing more and more how these ideologies are creeping into our churches, right? We see it all the time. We see it at the pulpit. We see it in committee meetings. We see it in our young people being separated. It's not something that's happening in silos as much as we want to believe. And so when we talk about freedom, and I shout out to you, I'm so glad that you mentioned how we only think of freedom in certain contexts. Like some people should be free, some things should be free. And it brings me back to a conversation I had with a friend of mine recently. And one of his main points was that, well, that's not of God, that's not biblical. And so one of my things, and my biggest thing, is just because we may not co-sign the behavior, we might not believe it, we are not judge, jury, and executioner, right? That's not our job as Christians. Our job as Christians is to love. And so being able to get to want freedom, separating freedoms doesn't create any type of unity. It actually, taking away freedoms from anyone else comes for our freedom too. And so having that mindset of collective freedom is so important.
I will say this. I think you all kind of hit it on the nail. I am not an Adventist, but I am a believer. And I will say that I have learned and try my best. And we never reach the pinnacle point here on earth, but trying to be more like Jesus. Jesus is the greatest example that we have of one fighting for justice, leading with love, and being more like him allows us to stand for you know, things that are being done to our marginalized communities and our marginalized people. And working in government, working in politics, you know, it's an interesting line, and it's an interesting place to be, especially in New York City. Seeing how, you know, some people that claim to be Christians or are Christians, like you said, how do you weaponize the Bible, weaponize religion? Um, and I really feel, and I might be skipping here, but I really feel that I was meant to be in government right now in this season to show people that there's another way, that there is another way to be like to be just like Jesus. It's literally night and day. And some days it's scary, some days it's really, really hard. But I'm learning that my little role, the little time I'm in this big web of government, and from where I am, that I can share the love of Jesus Christ in every situation, in every conversation, through legislation, through advocacy, because it really, there's not much of us either. There's not a lot of people that love the Lord, that love Jesus, that are believers, that are in government. And it's really hard. Even, you know, and I've experienced this as a doula in the birth community, being a believer, it is very lonely when you step into the world and want to make change and want to, you know, fight for justice. And it's lonely on both sides. Like, it's lonely, like, because you have your hardcore Christian nationalists, and then you have, you know, those that are not believers, and then you have those that are believers that are really scared. So to say something, because, you know, I've encountered conversations where it's like, I don't think I'm gonna be a part of this. And, you know, at some point I didn't even want to share a lot of times that I was a Christian, you know, because you don't want people to think that you think like the others, that you think like the other Christians. But I'm finding my voice and I'm using my voice. And I find that people catch on and they see a difference. They see a glow. They ask different questions. And yeah, I think I'm gonna take the conversation somewhere else. So I'm gonna let you take it back, Mr.
Yeah. Wow.
It's important that you mentioned being a believer and being in government, because I'm also in government for the New York City Department of Health. And during the pandemic, it was very interesting because it was the anti-vaccine movement. It was led by evangelicals and conservatives who, I think, under its core, it's an alignment with white nationalism. It's government for you, but not for me. I want a small government, but when it comes on to other things, I want the government to intervene there, as you all mentioned before. So in lieu of the pandemic, where we saw there was a big anti-vaccine movement, such that we've never seen before, and it being led by people who you would think would be more caring for their neighbors, you would think being more mindful of the things that I'm carrying inside of my body and passing it on to you. So where do we draw the line in public health as people who respect freedom, but also wanting the betterment for the public at large? Where do we draw the line between your free will over on this side and wanting the betterment? Because public health is looking at the entire whole of community and not just the subgroups that you identify with. So where can we draw the line in public health to advancing the better health of the nation, of our city at large?
I think that's a layered question, because your free will is yours, and I want you to have that. And I also need you to understand that your free will has impact on everyone else's. And so understanding those two things are not independent of each other, but are together, I think helps bring us closer to an answer to that question. Being able to understand that some things are people's choices are really important. But I think also having a duty and a responsibility to your community to understand that your footprint matters for those who come behind you. And so the decisions you make about your life and what you believe and how you share that will trickle down. Um, and we see that all the time in many different ways. But mostly, I would say that you see it when we're talking about things that we don't like to talk about in the church, right? When we're talking about reproductive rights, we're talking about abortion care, when we're talking about LGBTQ plus community, these are freedoms that oftentimes are not a comfortable topic for people within the church who would consider themselves conservative or would consider themselves, Adventist. And I think that understanding that although that might not be your choice for how you live your life, taking away those freedoms and access to care for those people directly impacts the overall health of everyone. And that brings me back to the statement said earlier. Public health is everyone. It's public. Public means all. And so understanding where that line collides, I think is how we navigate that question where that line is.
Yeah. I would add to that, just from a biblical perspective, I think a word that really helps to align with this conversation is this biblical concept of shalom. Years ago, when I was really kind of investigating that term, I discovered that it really is the modern day word for flourishing, right? It's the idea that there is a wholeness within the community itself, that there is wholeness for each individual within the community, but that there's also wholeness for the community as a whole. And I think, when we talk about public health practices that do not ensure that all individuals in the community have the capacity for wholeness and for flourishing, that becomes antithetical to public health, right? Like if my individual freedoms, whatever those might be, which again, I agree with Hadia, we believe in freedom. We believe in advancing individual freedoms. But when those individual freedoms impede on the capacity for wholeness and for flourishing for the community as a whole, and where shalom is not possible because everyone doesn't have the same capacity for flourishing, I think that's when we have to ask, a different set of questions. How do we balance individual freedom in relationship to the responsibility for the community as a whole? And I think we have some common sense responses to that. I think most people will utilize sort of kind of the idea of shouting, fire in a theater or, bomb on a plane. There are some limits to individual freedom. And I think when those individual freedoms impede or cause harm to the community as a whole, and I don't mean subjective ideals about what's best for the community, but I mean objective concrete ways to be able to measure community wellness and community wholeness and sustainability for each person, for all persons within the community. When that is impeded against, I think we have to challenge those attempts to sort of use individual freedom as a way of not being responsible for the community as a whole.
I think for me, individual freedom stops where your behavior or your actions affect the group at large. So when it comes on to infectious diseases, see, we have a resurgence of measles and we have 2 kids that are now dead and an adult. So your individual freedom, and I think this should be like the top priority of public health professionals across this country, That should be the message. Your freedom stops where your behavior and your actions impede the whole. Someone identifying as LGBTQ plus, someone identifying as whatever it is that they identify should not matter to you more than your behavior impacting the entire whole. You not vaccinating your kids, that has an impact on my kids, on your kids. So that is where I draw the line for individual freedom. Someone wanting to do an abortion doesn't impact the collective whole, but it's you willingly not wanting to vaccinate yourself or your children and spreading diseases. That is where I draw the line in public health. Those are the things that I think matter and should be the priority. Public health, we're talking about the wholeness of a large group of people, and in this case, it's the entire population of the US. And you not vaccinating your kids or yourself is a threat to my livelihood and to my life. And I think that we all deserve to live long and healthy and prosperous lives. So we do have 2 questions that came in the chat. And this first question that I'll ask is from Sidney Freeman Jr. And he's asking, do we assume that the majority of minoritized races within North American Adventism has the same biblical view of Adventism as white evangelical Adventist?
Yeah.
I see both Dr. Mickens and Hadia smiling. So I don't know who wants to
Adia,
tackle that question
jump at it.
first.
Yeah. So I guess, when you hear that question, I think this platform is evidence, right, that we don't all share sort of the same views about what makes Adventists Adventists. I think part of that is sort of just this realization that we're not a monolithic group. No more than any other group would be considered to be monolithic, neither is Adventism. And all of the various cultures that bring their various traditions and beauty into Adventism, they ought to be celebrated. And I think when they're celebrated and we begin to recognize the unique diversity and the differences there, then we can begin having a more robust conversation about how those differences impact the way we engage Scripture, how those differences impact the way we apply Scripture to our lives, how those differences impact the way we understand not only historical Adventism, but Adventism as it is being played out right now on the world stage. And I think there has to be some room to mark out. I don't want to be too radical here, but there has to be some room for some dissidence, right? For a conversation that allows for very different perspectives that are anchored in Scripture, and especially when those differences of viewpoints really are antithetical to one another, then they can't both be biblical, right? We can't have two viewpoints that are at complete odds with one another, and not just at odds with one another, but at odds with Scripture. Scripture has to be the determining factor, and it has to have the voice for the day. And I don't think we can allow culture or tradition or Adventist history or any of those things to dictate what Adventism is today. And I think part of that is recognizing that we all have differences of understanding based on our social location, because social location will often determine interpretation.
Absolutely agree. I remember once mentioning in church, because I'm a Sabbath school superintendent for church, and I mentioned that I am a feminist and that I'm very liberal to the core. And to this day, like, there are folks reminding me, they're like, we don't talk to feminists here. And I think you presenting as something other than the majority of the group or what the majority of the group identifies as, you're sort of seen as an outsider. And to your point, Dr. Mickens, that you show up with different identities to the work that you do. You show up with your identities at church. So these things are not isolated from the work that you're doing and how you're showing up in the various spaces that you occupy. So yes, indeed, we're not a monolith. I identify as very liberal. And I think for me, it's showing up and appreciating that we do have free will to do the things that we want to do, and understanding that that is a God-given right to us to exercise your free will. So not a monolith, and we just have to counter and push back on those narratives that we are all of the same group think behavior or mindset. We do have our next panelist who has joined us, Candice. So I wanted for her to introduce herself before we get further into the conversation, just for everyone that's online.
Hi, everyone. My name is Candice Nicola. I'm a nurse practitioner, I work in primary care, and I'm just here to help my people just get better and be educated about their health, because that's one of the things that I've struggled with in practice, even for my own health issues, and to be able to use that to bring awareness that your health is your priority, and to just educate our people to want better for themselves mentally and physically and spiritually, and how it all plays a role in how we view wellness as African Americans and minorities.
Thank you so much. And I think it's good that you actually came at this point in the discussion, because I'm switching gears to chronic disease, because I know that's a big issue for our community. So heart disease in the US, heart disease and stroke, they're the leading causes of death for both men and women, and they unevenly contribute to the health disparities. They are common. They're mostly affecting Black people that look like me and you.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about chronic disease is that they're very common, they're costly, but mostly they are preventable. So with all the health issues that are continuing to plague the Black community, how do we see the current administration, meaning the federal government, assisting or helping us in any way, shape, or form? Do you think that is going to happen? And if not, I mean, we know the answer. What can we do? Like, what tangible steps can we do to protect ourselves or to prevent ourselves from being seen by presenting ourselves to Candice when she is seeing her patients with a myriad of probably have a myriad of health issues that they need to address?
Current administration, no. And that's I am not a politician by any means, but when things took a turn. Can you guys hear me?
We're hearing you. It's going in and out.
Let me take this off. I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll tell you one of the reasons why I chose to become a nurse practitioner in the first place. I used to work in outpatient surgery, and while
No. I think it's probably reconnected to your headset. See?
You know what? I have a lot of kids in my house right now, so I had the headphones on trying to like.
Now we can hear you. So
you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let me move it away. I feel like it's a very loaded question. For me, as a provider, what I've done when people come into me, before we even discuss what their health conditions are, most people unload. And what we don't recognize is a lot of the chronic diseases that we struggle with as Black Americans, as just minorities as a whole, it stems from mental health. And I'm not a mental health professional, but I find myself for a lot of times people coming in and all we do in the visit is just cry. People are stressed, and it's very hard to teach people how to manage. Obviously, you can't manage what you don't know. And for a lot of times, we have this dissonance where, like, as long as I don't have any symptoms, I kind of brush things away. So it's really trying to educate people that it's okay to accept that you have diabetes or you have high blood pressure, but what can we do about it and what we're willing to do about it, and start the conversation there. I'm big in lifestyle medicine. I do believe that a lot of chronic diseases can be reversed. I do believe that we have the power within us to kind of make change. It's really education for the most part. What I've struggled with now is trying to get, I don't know if you guys, Pastor Smell posted once, if the majority of your church board is 65 and over, you're on hospice care. And I'm not saying that there's no wisdom in the elderly, but I find there's a lot of young nurses, young professionals who have so many great ideas of how to create change in a church where it concerns health, but getting the leeway to be able to do that, it's like you're fighting against the tide, and it's very frustrating because I could only do so much in the 25 minutes that I see a patient. So right now, do I have the answer? I do not know. I don't, but I do what I can to start with educating and helping patients understand their disease. Because I find when I teach, which is what I do a lot in my practice, once people understand what they have, then you're able to kind of create a solution. I don't know if that answered the question in some degree.
And
Thank you, Candice. Hadia? And then I'll have Dr. Micken share because that's in his wheelhouse as well.
I think, to your point, chronic disease doesn't just happen to the Black community, right? It's the result of layered neglect, environmental racism, food deserts, inadequate housing, poor transport. The list goes on, right? These are structural problems and not things that people choose. And we can't keep treating chronic illnesses like a failure of our people, when the systems that we exist in were always set up for fail us, right? And so reversing means we have to get serious about this upstream part of public health and investing in that upstream. That includes access to culturally relevant care, which it's I'm so sorry. Candice she just kind of spoke to, right? How when her clients come in, they unload and she gives them a moment to just almost ground themselves, right? Nutrition programs, safe green spaces, trauma-informed care, community leadership. All these things are ways that we help design public health interventions that are successful and go against the problems we see more upstream, when we really see a lot of times we work on things on the downstream level. And it also means funding preventative programs consistently, not just as pilot projects or emergency responses. So that's kind of my thought on the reversal.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I was in healthcare for a big portion of my career. And so one thing I understand is that in our communities, especially when it comes to hypertension, I used to work with patients that had congestive heart failure, right? And people with congestive heart failure, hypertension, kidney disease, diabetes, the list just went on and on and on and on, right? And a lot of times what I find is they haven't seen anything else. Like, this is what they know. Their mom, their grandmother, so and forth, they all have sugar. They all have high blood pressure. Their pressure's too high today. And so I think it's up to us as the professionals, as healthcare professionals, to kind of help them reimagine what it looks like to be healthy and showing them examples of that. That's one. Two, the continuity of care, right? Like Candice, it can't be all up to Candice in that 20 minutes to do everything. There's no way that a doctor alone can do this. You need partners. When I was in the hospital, there used to be like a team where, and when I first started, my favorite part of the job was calling the patients after they were discharged from hospitals, making sure that they they understood their discharge papers, making sure that they understood that they had to go to the pharmacy to pick up their medication. Where were they going to, depending on the diagnosis, their nutrition would look like, what their nutrition would look like, connecting them to outside resources, making sure that they had somewhere to go when they left, right? Because someone mentioned, Hadi, I think you mentioned, the housing insecurity and not knowing where they're going to stay or who they're going to be with, who's responsible to help support them in their care. And lastly, like that trust factor, we need to find the church is the key. As an institution, the church is the key. We have the power, especially for our people, that even if they don't go to church or whatever, but we have the power to kind of help these people trust the medical system a little bit more. We have the power to help them understand and create that vision for them. Like, hey, we can help you get better. We can hold your hand. We can hold you accountable. We can be that bridge between the nonprofit organizations and the hospitals and doctors and nurses, and kind of help them visualize healthy living. And I think a lot of times we don't, for us as healthcare professionals, as public health professionals, we love this work and we see it all the time and we understand what we need to do, but other people don't. Like my mom all of a sudden has to start taking her blood pressure and she's just like, what do I do? And so really making her understand and helping her to trust the medical system, which is hard, just holding her hand through that process and understanding it from her lens as a believer. I think that way we can help move people along and helping them move out of this chronic cycle and getting them to be better and healthier.
Agreed, but I don't think it's happening with this administration. When you propose $163 billion in cuts for social services, and with that, it's reducing Medicare and Medicaid, which a lot of people rely on to access these services. You're talking about reducing the CDC by half, and the focus there is to shift the CDC from a preventative model back to an infectious model. So all the services that would be accessible to us will no longer be there. So this brings me to the next question, which I think it's important here, is it possible for Black Adventist congregations to launch health clinics or outpatient clinics affiliated with the church like they did in the early 1900s? Because something else has to happen, because the current model, it's either going to be restructured or gutted fully. So what can we offer to people that look like me and you, an alternative to what is currently the model, and which may no longer be the case in the next year, a year and a half? You're muted, Dr. Mickens.
There we go. So no, I was just saying, I absolutely agree with everything that's been said. Especially Thamar was just saying, the importance of the church and the role that the church can play. This has been a burden of mine over the last 7 to 8 years. As a matter of fact, when I was down in Jackson, Mississippi, we repurposed the area of our church to transform it into a community health clinic, right? Partly because we were seeing that there was just some significant inequities in our community. I believe it was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. That said of all of the inequities, injustices, injustice in healthcare is one of the most shocking and inhumane. And this is what I was seeing, as many of you sort of know about Mississippi as being one of the more prevalent areas for chronic diseases and for health disparities. And so one of the things I've discovered is that churches are uniquely positioned to sort of be the entering wedge, to sort of stand in the gap. And this was part of a conversation I was having with a group of pastors while I was there. And I'm having that conversation with pastors here in Louisville. What do you have in your hand? I think that's sort of kind of the starting point. There's a passage of scripture in Exodus chapter 4, verse 2, where God is talking to Moses, and he asked him, what do you have in your hand? And Moses recognized that he has a shepherd's rod in his hand. And I think the church needs to ask that question of itself, because we already have some things in our hands that we can work with. Many of our churches already are operating food pantries.
Yep.
A significant number of our churches already have health ministries or health ministry leaders. And I think we need to take the next step to asking, how can we partner with other agencies in the community? How can we partner with regional food banks to increase not just the amount of food we're giving out, but healthier food? There's a book that I'm reading right now, just finishing up, by Katie S. Martin, entitled Reinventing Food Banks and Pantries. And she does an excellent job of suggesting that we ought to be moving toward a client choice model, and a model where people are able to choose their food and choose healthier items when they go to receive food, right? These are not novel ideas. These are things that we could implement right now at the local church level. We can partner with hospitals in our community so that as they come to the church, whether it be for various kinds of ministries or programs, where we can do prevention health screening. And from prevention health screening, we can begin referring those individuals to our local hospital systems, and then begin partnering with them so that after they get discharged from the hospital, churches can be involved in holistic health education. We can be involved in health coaching. There are just so many things that churches can do to be on the front line, but we got to be sort of willing to be willing partners. My experience is that the public health community has been looking for the Black church and faith-based communities to join in the effort. And I think it's time, high time, especially with everything that's happening with this administration. I think it's high time that we step into these spaces, partner with our other local agencies, and not wait for the cavalry. Like, nobody's coming to save us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we are the cavalry, and I think it's time that we do that work. And just, again, answering Dr. Sydney Freeman's question, I do believe that this model that we're talking about in terms of health clinics, this is not a new model. This existed in Adventism in the early 1900s. It existed throughout the 1900s. There were other individuals, Owen A. Troy, Dr. Freeman did some research on that, who were involved in Chicago in opening community health clinics. What they were doing 50, 75, 100 years ago, we actually have the resources and the tools to do today. We just have to have the will and the desire to go out and actually do the work.
And I think to add to that, it's one thing to open a clinic or a health hub affiliated with the church, but it's another thing entirely to make sure that people actually feel safe walking through those doors. Many folks, especially LGBTQ people, single parents, people who have left or even questioned the church, or just navigating health challenges across the board, like addiction and reproductive choices, don't always feel spiritually or emotionally safe in Adventist spaces. The judgment, the gossip, the silence around certain issues, the neutrality, it can make church feel like a battleground when in reality, we're supposed to be a place where people come for healing. So if we're serious about reviving the legacy of Adventist-run clinics in our community, we have to do it differently. We need all the things, the logistics, the funding, the partnerships, medical staff, licensure, but we also need to reckon with how we show up for people. That means training church leaders and volunteers in trauma-informed care, confidentiality, cultural humility, and non-judgmental support. It also looks like deconstructing purity culture and stigma. We have to lead with love and not control. People don't want just care, right? They need to know that they are safe. This was kind of talked about just now when we talked about trust, that their questions, their identities, their needs, whatever they come with won't be used against them. So if we can build that kind of clinic, I think it would be transformative. It would be rooted in compassion, and it would really evolve what we know as legacy into something new and transformative, and would really add to that legacy in a new and amazing way.
Thank you so much, and beautifully said. Lead with love. Final thoughts from Tamar and Candice, because we only have a minute left.
Yeah, I just want to say, Dr. Mickens and Miss Severin, I Absolutely, wholeheartedly agree. The conversation must start with education and awareness. People can't change what they don't know, even of themselves, and creating a very, very safe space so people could feel. I mean, I'm a Seventh Adventist Christian who cuss, and my patients take it for what you will. But my patients come to me and they feel seen and they feel safe. And sometimes we don't even touch their medical issue while they're there. People come to me and tell me that I'm surprised I'm not a therapist. But before people could take your word that they could get physical healing, they must be able to know that they can trust you. And I think that's where we need to start, creating a safe space where people feel loved and do not feel threatened when they walk through our doors, before we could and just get beyond Adventist being veggie meat culture, because let the people eat the oxtail, but teach them how to balance their plate. You know what I'm saying? Just real transparent health and wellness is what we need. And hopefully this conversation starts that for our local communities so that we could serve better.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely, Hadia. I agree with everything you said. And I think it is a great opportunity once we're able to build those safe spaces to share the love of God. Like at the end of the day, that is our job. That is our job to share and spread the good news, spread the gospel. And if we could use that as a tool, imagine how many people we could bring to the kingdom, right? We are that arm. The church is supposed to be the arm, the social justice arm. It's supposed to be the arm that helps people heal and lead to transformation in all areas of their life. So we're talking spirituality, we're talking wellness, we're talking mental health, we're talking soul care. So I would love to see that happen. I would love to see us build a church that really, really is for sick people, and to help them heal. And I would like to say, panel privilege, that today, May 4th, is the beginning of Postpartum Awareness Week for BIPOC. And it goes till the 10th, I believe. And I just want to say that it is all very much important. We are all fighting towards wellness and transformation for all people. And through that, we're able to spread the love of Jesus Christ.
Beautifully said. And I think God wants that for us. 3 John 1 verse 2 says, "Beloved, I pray that you may prosper in all things and be in health, just as your soul prospers." So we all want for everyone to be in good health and to live long and prosperous lives. Wish we had more time, but this wraps up our session on Code Red, public health, uniting for public health resilience. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. We are getting ready to kick off our next session. Excited to be here with you. For those who don't know me, my name is Michael Nixon. I'll share a bit more by way of introduction about myself shortly. But we're going to dive into our conversation on multiracial coalition. My sis, Dr. Tiffany Llewellyn, I thank you for trusting me with moderating this panel. As I was thinking about some of my experiences, I was having some flashbacks. And so I'm going to try to just moderate us and guide us through the discussion. But I'm happy to be here with Pastors Pelegi and Stout as well as we get ready to dive in. But we want to hear from you all as well. So be active in the chat. We want to get to your questions as we get deeper into the conversation. But before I go further, I want to allow our panelists to introduce themselves and really share, of course, who they are, the work they're doing, and how your work, how your passions, how your expertise and experiences really inform this particular discussion. So why don't we start with you, Tiffany, and then we'll go around the screen.
All right. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here and a part of this conversation. Tiffany Llewellyn Lewin. I do need to start using my married name at some point. I am a clinical social worker, licensed clinical social worker. I'm rooted here in New York. I work within mental health care, particularly through the lens of Black mental health, racialized trauma. That's my background and my research. So I'm a clinician. I'm an educator. I teach social justice, social work courses here at NYU and also at Simmons University. And specific to this context, I am one of the leaders here at ASJ. Really, just moved by us coming together to create this space and to relaunch our organization. And so thank you all for being here. And I'm looking forward to the conversation. And also, Mike, I see you with a throwback ASJ t-shirt, which I'm really excited to see. Yes. I need to get that one back.
Let's jump over to Todd. Just got to unmute.
Old school.
There you go.
Yes.
Muted again.
Oh, Pastor Todd, you're muted again.
There we go. Yeah, I've got the old school t-shirt on as well, and mildly disturbed about how tight it's become. So I don't know what to do about that. I hope there's another run, or I need to start running. Either way. Anyway, really privileged to be here today, and love this group. Long history with ASJ and Tiffany. Great to see you and everyone here. And so I'm pastor of Church of the Advent Hope, a church with its building home in the Upper East Side, but now through our Zoom community is really located all over the country and the world, which we've kept the Zoom community going. And it's a multi-racial community, multi-ethnic community, really without a dominant a cultural group. So it's really diverse, which is beautiful. Certainly a history in the white culture with German backgrounds back in the 50s, but it's really diverse, and it's really a blessing to be a part of that. So that's my story. All right.
Awesome. Yeah, Andrew.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Hear a little echo. You guys hear echo too? Or?
Yeah, we are getting a little echo.
All right, let's. Maybe I might have to get rid of these AirPods. Let me see. Let's see if that works better. No, still not. All right, how we doing?
We're still.
Let me try to log back. Yeah, let me log out. Come back in.
Okay, no doubt. We'll get you back in there in a second. But while Andrew's waiting to get back in, now I'm hearing the echo.
It sounds like it might be. Okay. So we have tech working on what might be going on.
Okay. I think it's okay now because you didn't echo just now. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, yeah, while we wait for Andrew to jump back on, I'll maybe just share a little bit about myself by way of introduction to this convo. So Michael Nixon, I do serve as an attorney currently. I'm working in healthcare. I work for a health system in Northwest Indiana as their director for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Yes, that does still exist. And so we're this month actually makes 2 years of me doing that work. Prior to that, served at Andrews University as their VP for diversity, equity, and inclusion for 6 years. And then before that, I was in New York City working as a civil rights attorney. And so I've had definitely some experience with Multiracial Coalition. That was really the bulk of my work at Andrews. And so went through some highs and lows of that. And maybe we'll dig into some of that, but that's sort of what informs me in this conversation. And we have Andrew back, so let's see how we're doing now. I think we figured it out.
All right, we're good.
Yeah, you sound
there
good.
It is, nice and clear. All right, well, good morning, everyone. Andrew Pileggi. I serve as a lead chaplain at the only one with the odd shirt, but I'm proud to wear it.
We'll get you one.
Oakwood University. Before that, I was ministering in New York City, not too far from Todd. I was in Harlem and then in Brooklyn and Queens. I've worked when I was in New York, we worked in multiracial coalitions to deal with gentrification, especially in Harlem. We worked in coalitions to deal with immigration when our current president had his first round, and how that was affecting communities of immigrants. So here at Oakwood, we've been addressing different things that kind of touches on what the last panel was speaking on, health disparities, making sure that there was equal access to healthy food for different people groups. And now in this context here in Alabama, there's a large immigrant population here as well, who are dealing with a lot of fear, who don't really know their way around this country. They don't know what benefits there are available to them. So just working with the immigrant population is where I've been most recently. So I'm glad to be a part of the panel. Thanks for the invitation. I look forward to our discussion together.
Awesome. Well, thank you all again for being here, and it's a privilege just to dialogue with you all on this important topic. And we've had some great conversation thus far in the two previous panels, as well as the kickoff last night. And so excited to dive in. So wanted to start us by, and you all kind of already started to touch on it, some of your experience in working with multiracial coalitions. And so maybe Todd, I'll start with you, given, in your intro, you talked about having a multiracial congregation that you're leading. And I'd love to hear some of the positive and negatives in that journey. I do hear the echo again, so I don't know if I should just push through. But it sounds like I think it might be gone now. But yeah, so Todd, if you could talk a little bit about, to kick off this part of the discussion, what have been some of the positives and negatives of that journey of leading a multiracial congregation, in the city, and what that journey has been like since you've been there at Advent Hope.
Yeah, I feel like my mic might be causing that echo. Are you hearing that?
You're good now. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's largely positive. In fact, at this point, I can't see any other way. The community, again, is very, very diverse. It really would be hard to pick out one ethnicity or culture that dominates, at least membership-wise and in attendance. Again, white culture background, going back to the Germans in the 50s. But, we've been trying to be very intentional about inclusivity across the boards, including leadership and, worship style to some extent. But I think the number one issue has been just leadership and making sure that everyone is represented as well as possible, from, and not just racially, but in gender. We have a gender balanced church board that was intentional, try to be intentional about the racial makeup of the board and other leadership positions. So, I mean, it's very, very positive if we're comparing positive and negative. In fact, I can't think of anything negative to say. I guess at some point along the line, and we were already headed in this direction before I got here 17 years ago, but there may have been some tough transitions as leadership was passed over. But I'm happy to say most of that happened before I got here. So somebody else had to deal with that issue. But for now, I think for the most part, the people who are here are really all committed to this element of, equity and equality across our team.
It's great. No, thanks for sharing. Andrew, I'd love to hear from you, given your context. I hear the echo again, but I'm going to try to push through as we figure that out.
There it is.
Okay, I think we're better. Maybe it was you, Todd. Shame on you. But given your context as lead chaplain at a HBCU, the only HBCU in our denomination, and also if I've heard correctly, there has been over the past few years a growing population of Latinx and Hispanic students on the campus, and so I'm wondering maybe how that in particular, or just generally speaking, that has impacted potentially a multiracial approach at a historically Black university context, given that lens. What are some of your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There has been a huge influx of Latino students over the last, I don't know. I mean, when I attended Oakwood back in the day, there was probably 4 or 5 of us. And then a few years ago, there were about 80 or 90. And it's been a positive experience. Oakwood has, I mean, it's a HBCU, so it opened, we've opened our arms to the Latino community, because at the end of the day, there's not much difference between the two communities. At the end of the day, we understand, we have a shared experience to a certain extent, not completely, but to a certain extent. So I can say that Oakwood has opened up their arms wide. One of the examples of that is over the last, I would say about 2 or 3 years ago, we opened, we have a church on campus now, a Latino church on campus, fully functional. Most recently, Dr. Pollard, right before, he's transitioning out, but one of the last things that he did is made an agreement to give a portion of land to that church so that they can construct a church right here on the campus of Oakwood University. So Oakwood has been very welcoming to the Latino community, and they have felt at home. There's still some challenges, whenever you have 2 different cultures coming together, there's some things that you have to navigate. But I think that the students and the employees have done a great job in doing that. And when you come on campus, it's a welcoming space to whoever finds their way here as a student or as an employee. And so there are other examples throughout the course of the year. But I think one of the key things is being intentional about making sure that everyone's voice is heard. That intentionality is critical. So I've seen it on the part of the administration here at Oakwood, and it's been felt across campus.
Okay, well, thanks for sharing. And Tiffany, I'd love for you to jump in and just talk about some of your experience, either participating in or observing multiracial coalition. I know, given your work as a professor, oftentimes, students are definitely oftentimes engaged in, pressing justice issues and things of that nature. And so I wonder if maybe from that lens, you've seen some of the positives and negatives of multiracial coalition as campuses look to navigate some of these kinds of issues. I know I definitely have some experience with that from the Andrews context, but just wondering about your thoughts on it, either from that context or previous experience.
Yeah, so I'm similar to, what Andrew shared and Todd talked about. There are some positives in that the movement, justice work, requires multiple hands, multiple people, those who are bought into and highly value equity and justice and themes around that for all people, right? And so it works well when you are in that space and you are surrounded by folks who subscribe to that, and that becomes a part of their core values and the world that they want to exist in and live within. I think where I'm coming into this conversation might be more around some of the pieces emerging that I see even in the classroom, I see in community work that I do as a clinician in my practice, and even here within our church and social justice work here in some of the challenges around how do we build trust, right, across the lines, where sometimes it feels like, and I think we're particularly in this moment where a lot of Black folks, we see a lot of narrative around that. And I hear this from my Black students, is sort of, should we focus intraracially, right? Like, can we actually trust other individuals to stand with us, to defend us, to be on the front line? Sometimes it's how we've seen even the discussion move from allyship to co-conspirators to accomplices. Is sort of like, are y'all actually with us when things get really difficult, particularly looking under this administration, right? And even the most previous election cycle. And so what I'm hearing in all these different spaces that I'm in is, maybe we should just sort of be siloed and focus on our own work and what's going on within our communities, because it's hard to feel like, can we build trust? What I see a lot of times, particularly, I teach a class called Diversity, Race, Oppression, and Privilege. And a lot of times, and I teach that in a predominantly white institution, I hear a lot of times from my white students that this is really the first time in graduate school that they are beginning to explore their own racialized identities and to even think about their social location and the privilege that this comes with. And so you're talking about individuals who are 22, 23 years old for the first time answering a question around whiteness, right? As a social construct and ideology and a lived reality. And that brings up a lot of frustration for like my Latinx students and my Black students, who you're talking about lived experience. You're talking about my entire life, right? And so the entry points of it are so diverse in and of its own nature that it feels challenging. And can we really explore and get into the dirt of this together? And so I've seen the real beauty of it and how we've advocated for a lot of change and a lot of work on campus or even in the classroom. And it feels really difficult, particularly I think in this moment. And is this something that could be built upon?
No, that's great, Tiffany. And I think you're moving our conversation in a great direction, and around this idea of building trust and how at times, particularly, I can speak, as a Black man, as an African American Black man who also has Caribbean descent, in dealing in multiracial spaces, having been burned and let down, I think, by folks previously, and it becomes harder and harder to commit going forward. And Dr. Freeman, he put a really interesting question here on Facebook. We can bring that on the screen, which connects to the church context around this conversation, around I don't know if it's in the Keynote there, but he essentially asked, how do we get white Adventists to be willing to be pastored under Black leadership and not engage in white flight? It's a deep question. So it speaks to now multiracial engagement and coalition, but on whose terms and at what quote unquote cost that there may be to the comfort or to the norms of, just to be honest, the dominant white culture that has shaped our global church over time. And so maybe we'll speak to this, but it does speak to this broader conversation or issue around trust, as far as who do we trust to lead multiracial coalition, whether it's in the local church context or not. What are some of y'all thoughts on that?
It's a great question. I mean, I certainly can't answer that for maybe obvious reasons. We probably need people like Andreas Bakai, who is out in Walla Walla, pastoring a white dominant community in a region that would probably also be described as white dominant, to help answer that question. We do have two staff members on our staff here who are people of color, and one of them is a pastor, Michelle Dinma. So, she could speak to that, but this is really an existential question, because there's no question that we haven't dealt with this in a way that has been really successful. And I think a dominant culture, it's not just with Black pastors. I think that the dominant white culture get nervous with anyone who, doesn't look like them or come from their culture. So, yeah, I do not have a good answer, but I'm sure there are people we should be talking to about that who are pastoring in white, dominant white churches that are being successful, like Buckeye.
Other thoughts on this one?
Yeah, it's I would echo Todd's sentiment. It's a tough question to answer because it speaks to, how do you make someone willing? The first thing that comes to my mind is only the Holy Spirit can do that. You know what I'm saying? Only the Spirit can do that. I don't know that there's a strategy or an approach that you can take that would help that. Now, especially in the church context, what I can say and what I was thinking of when we were talking about the coalitions is if we're uniting around a common interest or a common goal, I think it becomes easier. Something that I found in my work here as a chaplain, I transitioned from working in New York City to Alabama. It's a completely different context, right? One of the things, however, that I saw that was common between both contexts is when I was working in New York, I was working with a multi-ethnic, faith-based, different religions, different races, everybody coming together on a common issue. How do we help the immigrant populations? And at the time, this was when President Trump first took office. So everybody came together and had a shared goal, a shared interest. So they were willing to work together towards that goal, creating a safe space, creating safe spaces for these immigrants who were scared, didn't know what was going to happen, didn't want to be separated from their families. Coming down here now to Alabama, very different context. So you didn't have the same issues that New York was tackling because it was a different city, different things going on. And so what I found, though, is that when I got together in a different coalition as part of my work, there's a youth group here that brings people together from various professions to address a specific issue, which is providing support for at-risk youth in this county. And so we had social workers, we had people from the medical field, we had faith-based institutions, we had just people from all kinds of different areas across the spectrum, all working towards one purpose. So I think that that's one of the ways that we can begin to work together regardless of who's leading and that person's race, is when we find a common goal. I think part of the reason why it becomes so challenging is because for the most part, our churches aren't really involved in the community. I think for the most part, it's not to say that there aren't exceptions, but for the most part, we're not really involved in community work. We're not hitting the ground. We're not finding out what the felt needs are of the community and then engaging in some work to lift the community up. I think we need to start there, actively engaging in serving our community where, to those underserved communities that don't have a voice. And if we can start there, then I think that will help to break down some of those barriers. But if we're still trying to do it just within the church context, and there's so many other variables that make it difficult. There's so many things that we're dealing with within our own context that get in the way of us being able to create those environments. So we'll get caught up on, well, how are we going to worship? What's that going to look like? And, just so many other things that if we just focus on doing the work that is there in our community, if we focus on doing something to uplift those who are around us that don't have a voice, that are being marginalized by society, I think that would help us more. If not, we'll just get too caught up in our internal issues. I don't see us making a whole lot of progress.
Yeah, I think this is such a great question that brings up so many thoughts for me, right? And that what has history shown us, right? Do we have any context where this is currently happening within our denomination, where we have, maybe a Black pastor or Black leader that's leading a significantly diverse congregation, where there is maybe a lot of white folks who didn't leave and stay? I don't know if that is existing anywhere. So I think that even says something.
I can speak indirectly. I'm sorry to kind of jump in.
No, go for it.
I don't want to throw out names. I don't want to throw out institutions, but I am aware of a situation like that where there was a Black pastor leading a predominantly white congregation. And it was an institutional setting. I'll just say it there because I don't want to give away too many details. And what I did find is that everybody was cool until he started addressing issues of race from the pulpit.
That part. And that doesn't
Yep.
surprise me, right?
Right.
And I think Andrew, you're taking me exactly where I was thinking. And like, what happens when the conversation then starts to gear towards elements of racial justice? I have experienced a lot of what Andrew talked about in terms of multi-faith coalitions, being a part of a lot of great multi-faith coalitions, particularly when I lived in Connecticut, even when I worked with Move On, during President Obama's campaign, before he became president, hosted an event, and it was a lot of white individuals who showed up, and here we are knocking on doors together and doing this work together, and that was great in that context. What I've seen a lot of times is white folks tend to be along for the ride when we're talking about social justice holistically under the umbrella. When we start zooming into racial justice more specifically, that's where it starts to get a little bit dicey from my experience. I lead a racial justice team even at work. And so even within the university context, one of the reasons we named it racial justice is because we wanted to ensure that our colleagues who are not Black or Latinx or belong to a minority group, Asian or whatever it may be, where would they position themselves when we decide to focus specifically on race? And a lot of times that's where we see that, a lot of white individuals or individuals who subscribe to white dominant culture, because I also want to highlight that, sometimes people want to align with the dominant culture. And so they may not be in support of racial justice work in other ways as well. And so those are definitely some of the challenges. Even as individuals we're answering right now, people of color tend to be open to doing the work, right? And because we're talking a lot of times about issues that significantly impact our communities. I think a part of what we need to hear is, what's the challenge for white people in this conversation? And what are the barriers for them in being a part of the work, even through the ASJ context? We are often looking for white Adventists who want to do this work as well. And we usually just have Todd. And so what might that even say, right? So I think trying to understand what are the barriers for them also is a healthy part of the conversation.
I think that's great, Tiffany. And what I would also maybe say to contribute here before we transition a bit deeper is, I really firmly believe that white people in particular are not going to be able to multiracial coalition themselves out of racism. And so, I think even in the framing of Dr. Friedman's question, I know this is what he's getting at. It starts off, how do we, get white Adventists? I think we as a lot of people in that framing, I think it's more how a white Adventist move to a place where they're willing to be pastored under Black leadership, and not leave. I remember my dad told me, of course, he pastors in Harlem now. He grew up in New York, and he said that when he was growing up, older folk in the church used to say, if you ever want to get a new church building, as a Black Adventist, just start attending a white church, and eventually they'll stop showing up, and now you have a new building. So this whole idea of white flight. My Uncle John pastored at Southern Adventist University, a predominantly white congregation, before he went to Oakwood. My dad worked as a chaplain at Andrews for many years before I worked there. And so just to what Andrew just said, anytime the conversation even started to come up around issues of justice, oh, you're being political, oh, this isn't the gospel, oh, this isn't that. And so I think what that really, and this has been happening for decades. And so what I think this really speaks to, as we think about how the gospel informs our work in multiracial spaces, Obviously, there's a bigger focus nowadays around white Christian nationalism, just given how much that's informing the current federal government and governments all across the country. And I think for me as an Adventist, and maybe for you all, it's helping me to understand how a lot of what I would call political quietism, or this evacuation theology that we oftentimes have received in Adventism around, oh yeah, that's happening, but we need to focus on these other good gospel things, which is a very Eurocentric sort of individualistic framing around the gospel, which moves us away from thinking about the community. And as you said, Andrew, not being involved in our communities. And so it's multi-layered, the ways that I think our spiritual environment is actually informing how we all show up in multiracial coalitions. But I think in particular, for folks from the dominant culture, are white Adventists. And so having said that, I want to ask this question this way as we go a little deeper here. What are some of the, I'd say, the prerequisite work, if you will, that needs to be done before we can actually have effective, multiracial coalitions? And I would even, maybe frame it around again, this white Christian nationalistic, I think, mentality that has really informed our country more generally, but our church more particularly. And what do we see as the obligation for all of us, for sure, to really wrestle with our spiritual frame, our Adventism, if you will, before we can move into multiracial coalition effectively? What are some of you all's thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. It's a tough question too, because I think there's a lot that needs to happen that is probably going to require us entering into some uncomfortable spaces. And I think that's part of what's held us back so far. That's part of why it's hard to bring everybody around the table, because people don't want to have uncomfortable discussions. People don't want to feel, they don't like the feelings that are associated with the conversation. So for example, Oakwood University and Southern University, we get together on an annual basis and we have retreats together to deal with topics like this. And one of the things that I found in the years that I've come back to work at Oakwood, so it's been going on 8 years now, is whenever we have these meetings, it's always the same thing. When it comes to our counterparts from Southern, it's usually Latino students or other minority students. There, we might catch 1 or 2 Caucasian students, but for the most part, they don't want to be a part of this kind of discussion. So how do we get to a place where we can at least lay the foundation? I think it's going to require, I don't know, probably some divine intervention, to be honest with you. We're going to have to go through some experiences that show us that we are, at the end of the day, we are all God's children. And there are some things that we cannot avoid if we want to be able to move forward. We have to get to the place where we get tired of maybe being here on this planet. Maybe we get tired of the fact that we're not progressing as we should. I mean, I know we look at our numbers as a Seventh-day Adventist church and we think that we're doing phenomenally because statistically we're growing. But at the same time, when we look at the church, even within our own country, our church is dying. You know, the young people are leaving in droves. There's so many things, there's so many problems that are ailing us as a denomination. I think when we get to the point where we're just like, all right, this isn't working. I don't think we've realized yet that this isn't working. And I think it's because the statistics band-aid the reality. The reality is that we're in trouble. As a church, we're in trouble. We're divided. Unfortunately, as the country becomes more divided, we as a denomination become more divided. And so until we get tired of these things, until at least the faithful, the remnant, become tired of what they're seeing, and they say, you know what, let's finally address that issue that we don't want to address. I think God has made it clear that until we address these things, that we're not going to be able to move forward. But most people don't see that because we're like I said, it's being masked by fake numbers, by success in our business endeavors, whatever else the church is doing. We're growing in certain ways, and that's causing us to be blinded to the reality. At the end of the day, if we have a conversation about what's really going on, we can admit, or if we're honest, that we are suffering. I think once we get tired of those things, it can at least be a starting point. But I think right now we're very comfortable. And I don't think we've reached the point. So I do think it's going to be, I don't mean to be pessimistic about it, but I do think it's going to require some divine intervention, some experiences that show us our shared common experience and the fact that we're all equal in the sight of God, that would cause us to come out of our comfort zones to have these difficult conversations, so that in these spaces, the Holy Spirit can begin to bring us together. But I don't know what that looks like, and I don't know how God intends to do that. But I just think it has to be him to do it, because we're definitely not making much progress as a people, unfortunately.
Yeah, you said the word that I think struck me when one of the previous questions was asked, and that is comfort. You know, I don't think maybe for everyone it's conceivable about how comfortable it is to be white in this country. And, you know, people like to be comfortable. And so any perception from the dominant culture that comfort is going to be infringed on, that they get defensive about. And so that's why, you know, things that seem absolutely ridiculous become such a big issue. It's when there's any perception that comfort is going to be affected from the dominant white culture. So, you know, I think the solution is certainly rooted in the movement of the Spirit. I think somehow there's got to be some, you know, discomfort among, you know, the dominant culture, whether, you know, that comes from the Spirit moving within or from without. And we need a little adversity. I mean, that's when we grow. That's when we get stronger. You know, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. If we go back to, you know, the early church, we need a little bit of something happening. And I certainly think the Spirit has to inspire that. I am in a group of people that actually do not have the issue of feeling like really excited about where Adventism is generally. I mean, there is a lot of pessimism. So I guess I'm sure there are places that, you know, people get really excited about our denominational numbers or whatever. I don't happen to be in those circles. And so, you know, I actually feel like that's good, that there are people, there are groups, there are places where people are disturbed about what's happening, not only in the country, not only in the world, but in this little Adventist community. So, and it's in that adversity and dissatisfaction where good things start happening. You know, and so we definitely need a little bit of adversity, but the comfort is the killer. You know, you defend your comfort. That's what the humans do. And it's going to take certainly a movement of the Spirit to figure out how to get beyond that.
Yeah. Can I just add to what's already been shared here? So in the clinical realm, we have this term that we use called a corrective emotional experience. And this is what happens when you have been introduced or exposed to something that has completely warped how you see yourself or see your experience, your functioning in the world. And so a part of your healing includes having a corrective emotional experience with that particular thing. And so as you raise this question, Mike, that term came to mind for me, that it feels like in many ways Adventism, and I imagine other denominations as well, but specific to our context, is in need of a corrective emotional experience, not just with ourselves, but also with God. And that so much of this denomination, and I wasn't born and raised Adventist, but I remember being a little kid and being really just mean to Adventist culture because they were just so withdrawn from the village and withdrawn from our world. But so much of its functioning and structure is rooted in white supremacist culture, that it feels like there needs to be intentional dismantling, intentional corrective experience with spirit, with God, with who we are called to be, and the people who hold power. Because I'm always thinking about, well, in this question, who holds the power to actually do this, right? Well, we kind of do in the spaces that we're in, and then there's more structural forms of power. And so how do we dismantle? How do we reckon with what is truth? Who, when we talk about liberation theology, when we talk about a corrective experience with who we've been told God is, how we've been taught about who God is, and how we've created this church that we exist within, what might it mean to deconstruct and dismantle all of that, so that we can find healing to be able to create something anew? And I think a lot of times when we talk about this creation of anew, we make it personal and individual, but I think it's also structural, so that we can really be able to get to this denomination, this experience that we all hope for and envision. And so I think it requires a lot of those different steps as well.
I love that. Thank you all for sharing. And Tiffany, just to jump off your comment real quick as we get ready to bring in a question, one of the resources that I think may be able to frame that corrective emotional experience that, I think white Adventists in particular need to have, but we all maybe in general need to have, is an author by the name of Michael Emerson wrote a book that came out last year called The Religion of Whiteness. I don't know if you all are familiar with it. But he really breaks down how essentially, whiteness, white Christian nationalism, white superiority it's really a religion. Like it's really been embedded in the way that, particularly in North America, all of our Christian denominations operate. And he also, within the book, provides a framework for how to dismantle it. We actually invited him to Andrews the year before he released the book. It was during my last semester there. Folks were not too excited to hear from him. Michael, just for context, he is a white man. You may be familiar with the book he wrote in the early 2000s called Divided by Faith. He co-wrote that book where he looked at the racial divide in church communities across North America. So this was sort of a follow-up to that book. And one of the things that he found in that book, and this is what should be really jarring for us, which really speaks more to what you're saying, Tiffany, the need to really dismantle some of this, is that he found in the polling he did for the research in the book that the more times a week someone attended church in North America, the more racist they were. There was a one-to-one comparison to those two things. And so there was a direct correlation between the amount of church attendance and the levels of racist attitudes in response to these different questions he was asking around immigration, around the need to to help the poor, the need to have policies that bring justice to those who are oppressed. They were much more resistant to those things the more that they were church attending. And so a lot to unpack there, but it's a really fascinating, eye-opening book. I encourage folks to look at it because it is a heavy and there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but there is a pathway forward if folks have the intellectual and spiritual humility to say, I need help. Let me take in resources that can help me do better, and then committing to do that. So there is a question that folks wanted you all to react to, if they could put it on the screen. And it says, there are some white people who are not indifferent and want to help, but they are afraid of being accused of white saviorism. How can they help without falling into this trap? I don't want to tokenize you, Todd, but maybe we can start with you and see where we go with this one. But how do you sort of fight against this idea of not wanting to be seen as a white savior?
Yeah. Look, I think it starts with just the humility of recognize that we got a lot to learn, and not come in and start taking over and doing what we do in other contexts. So I think listening, getting engaged, following the lead of others who, know better. And so that's certainly a starting point. Just again, a spirit of willingness to follow and not, try to take over, because that is not going to probably be very helpful. So that's a starting point. I mean, you got to go in the humble spirit and move forward with that mentality. I can keep going, but if I file the token for this.
That's really good. And if you don't mind, if you indulge me, I'll just ask you a quick follow-up. One of the things I also wonder is, particularly, when you commit to this work, and it's not just true of white people, but maybe more generally, but I want to speak to the context of the question that's being asked. There can be sometimes a cost that's paid maybe within the community because maybe it's, as Tiffany was saying earlier, we look around for white folks to be engaged in these conversations, and we oftentimes come back with less than a handful. And I feel like sometimes what could contribute to that is that there is maybe within, just the white Adventist community or just the white community in general, a social cost to being seen as someone, oh, you're one of those woke liberals, or oh, you're one of those political folks, and now maybe it's not as comfortable at the family dinner or at the country club or whatever the case may be. And so can you speak to how some of those societal dynamics make folks resistant to making a real commitment to this work?
The cost is definitely real, and I think we just have to be prepared for that. I mean, if the Spirit is convicting about the gospel and the kind of kingdom that is, Jesus was instituting, then we got to be prepared for that. So I don't know how to tell someone to navigate that. There is going to be a social cost, but I think the reward is far greater, that you're really a part of a kingdom that God has designed that is going to be for everyone. And it's worth it. It's worth it to be a part of that. That's what Jesus has called us to. But I mean, that's really a spiritual issue. There's a part of me, back to the question of like white flight, and that wants to say, let them go. I mean, if God is going to do what he's going to do, he's going to have to convict hearts. And if the hearts are so weakly convicted that they're going to leave because, someone not of their culture is preaching each week or whatever, then, we can't pander to everyone. So, there's definitely going to be a cost, but again, the reward, if we're thinking about cost and reward, is far greater. God is calling us into this beautiful, incredible kingdom for everyone, and that's the way it's going to be in the world to come, and it's the way it's supposed to be here today. So, I other than saying there's going to be a cost, but that is what Christ has called us into across the boards. There's really not much else to say, I think.
Yeah, if I could just piggyback off Pastor Todd, I think our desire to unify has to become greater than our opinions, has to become greater than our political leanings, has to become the thing that motivates us. Because if not, then we're not going to be willing to take those risks or make that sacrifice. It has to become the thing that drives us. That call that Christ had for us to become one has to motivate us to put all of those things aside. And tying back to the question and giving you a real world example of what I've seen in our context when it comes to how do you avoid being labeled, I guess, as a white savior. What Todd mentioned is, that humility, coming into a space and understanding that I have to have an open mind and a receptive spirit. So going back to the opinions and kind of bringing it together, if we had the same conversation in a different context, people would have different opinions on the same subject. right? So our counterparts would have different opinions on the same issues that we're discussing here. So when we come into a context now to discuss the same issue from different perspectives, I have to be willing to hear your side, and you have to be willing to hear my side, without saying, no, this is the way forward. So that's the issue that I've seen happening a lot within our spaces, is that we'll come together and have these discussions, but whether it's spoken or whether it's just held in the heart, each person or each group has a different opinion on how best to move forward. So as an example, I mentioned before that between Oakwood and Southern, we have these retreats where we come together. There was one particular summer where we came together as employees. So the students weren't present, it was just employees. And at that particular discussion, because it was more employees than students, there was more of a mixture in terms of demographics and races. So we had a room full of people from, and it was definitely a mixed group. And the part of what I felt was coming from my counterparts at Southern was, if we're going to be able to have unity, this is what you need to be willing to do. You're not willing to forgive, so we can't move forward. And that's the problem. That's the message that I felt was being shared. And at the time, Dee was there, and we were just so bothered by that we're just like, well, hold up. What about systemic racism? What about when we walk into certain spaces or different places and you hear certain messages where, are you sure this is where you wanted to come? There's another church down the road. What about when you go into certain places and you can tell that nobody was thinking about you at all, in terms of what they offer, in terms of the services that are available, in terms of what products you can buy to take care of yourself. Like, there's nothing for you there. What about all of these things? It's not just a matter of, oh, you're just unwilling to forgive. You keep bringing up the past, and so we can't move forward. And so we have to be willing to listen to each other, as opposed to just waiting for an opportunity to have a rebuttal. And up until this point, we and that goes for both sides. That goes to everybody that's coming around to the table. And it's touching again on this issue that God has to do something. He has to intervene, because I have to desire that unity so much so that I'm willing to sit down and just listen, even though that in that listening, in that genuine listening, where I'm not listening to try to formulate my response, it's going to make me feel uncomfortable. What I hear is going to make me feel very uncomfortable. But I have to, and even though I may not be personally responsible for some of the hurts that have happened, I have to accept the fact that, yes, it did happen. And it was, it did come from my people group. And at the end of the day, we're trying to find a way together. So we have to get to that point. The Holy Spirit will bring us there by God's grace. But yeah, that's part of the reality that we struggle with, to be able to get to that place.
That's solid. Thank you, Andrew, for sharing that. As we get ready to wrap, and I want to throw it to Tiffany and to Todd for their closing thoughts as well. We've covered a lot of ground. We've talked about, does the risk outweigh the reward? We've talked about dealing with issues of trust, the need to confront racism, dealing with white Christian nationalism and white supremacy, which really dominates the culture, and what are ways we can impact that before diving into multiracial coalition. And so, Todd and Tiffany, any closing thoughts that you all may have, and share whatever you want, but maybe frame it this way, maybe to the person who's watching that it's to the end of this hour and they're like, yeah, nah, I'm not rocking with that. Like, the risk outweighs the reward. And hey, and maybe that's the answer. Maybe it does. We're open to all conclusions here. But to the extent that you have anything to add to the person who might be on the fence for how they can approach this well, as some closing thoughts, what would you share?
Yeah, so in transparency, I kind of want to put myself as the person on the fence, right? And I have this conversation a lot with one of our team members, Datrian, who I believe is the spirit in my ear. Like, no, we got to do this together. We have to find our way. And I'm just really grateful for her mentorship and friendship in that way. I think we overcomplicate this a lot in terms of what it will require. I believe that the spirit has already moved and has already given us what we need to be able to do it. I think in our humanness now, are we willing to utilize, and when I say we, I don't mean like minoritized people, but people who hold power, white people, um, are they willing to utilize the power and privilege that has been, structurally created to give them privilege, power, superiority to help dismantle, to help create a more equitable society? Yeah, it's going to come at a risk. Yeah, it's going to be uncomfortable. That's just a part of it. We all kind of need to get out of our feelings about it. But are we actually willing to, lean into the cost? To really show that we hold a value system about equity and justice, right? The only thing that separates a value from a thought is what you do about it. And so I don't believe that you could be a person in this society who says that you value equity and your behavior doesn't show anything that you are doing about it. You have to do something to exhibit, to exemplify that you hold a value. And so I think it requires, of us to really be comfortable with the uncomfortable, particularly in this moment that we are in, which is why where I'm positioned in myself as someone on the fence, that we need all hands on deck if we are going to survive this moment, if we are going to survive this administration. We can't pretend about the fact that we are in this situation because white folks showed up at crazy rates to vote for the current administration, right? Like, we can't pretend that away. We can't pretend the truth away. So we have to be able to tell the truth about what has brought us to this moment. But at the end of the day, we need all of us to fight in this moment for our survival, for our existence, for our humanity, right? And so I am really holding hope and imagination for that as a possibility, and what that can be and what that can mean and the healing that comes from that. I need to be healed from my own experiences with white folks around racism and discrimination, right? And even other groups, and sometimes even, my people around holding these sorts of ideologies. And so I would encourage for people who are on the fringes like I am to maybe lean into the imagination of what could be if we allowed ourselves to really lean into that risk, to be okay with the uncomfortable, and to see this as what God is calling us to in this moment and in this time. So, Todd?
Yeah, thanks, Tiffany. Look, I can only speak for myself. Like, I think being a part of a coalition has been incredibly personally rewarding, and it is definitely worth it for me. And I think for white folk, it's going to be rewarding if you're really talking about being a part of this kingdom of God. If we're talking about being a part of another kingdom, a Trump kingdom or a white nationalist kingdom, then probably not going to be rewarding. But if we're talking about the gospel kingdom, it's rewarding, and it's what we're called to be. And yeah, it might be uncomfortable in one respect, but there is so much to be gained from it. I have gained so much value from being a part of Adventists for Social Justice. And Tiffany, thank you for allowing me to continue to be a part of this, even though I haven't been great on the chats here recently. But it's just it's not only an honor. I mean, it's just really, really rewarding. I've learned so much and have grown so much. I don't feel like I'm ever doing enough to help with the cause or Adventists for Social Justice in particular. But it's been an incredibly rewarding experience. So it's worth it, in my humble opinion.
Awesome. Well, Todd, Andrew, Tiffany, thank you all so much for your expertise. We could probably go for a couple more hours. Honestly, there's so much here, but appreciate you all sharing your expertise, and for all you all for joining in with your comments. We really appreciate you, and continue with us as we go to the next panel.
Awesome. Thank you all. Thank you, Mike, for leading such a rich discussion.
No problem.
We are getting ready to transition to our next session. Thank you all for rocking with us. We are at our 2:00 hour. I mean, I am coming out of this conversation so much more optimistic and hopeful, and holding on to that imagination about what is possible. This morning, Dr. Jasper St. Bernard left us with this question of what does it mean to be just? And I think this session we just had really, highlights and emphasizes that question. And wherever we fall around the racial lines, whatever denomination we belong to or not, right? Wherever we are positioned within our society, what does it mean to you to be just? If you call yourself a believer, if you call yourself someone who believes in equity and justice and freedom for all, what are you doing that shows that, right? And what might we be able to do together to just continue this necessary work for all of our survival, for all of our humanity, for all of our existence, liberation, and freedom. So we are getting ready to bring our next panel we are focusing on education. We can see in the last 100 days, the erasure, the rollbacks, things that are happening within our academic system, the erasure of DEI, banning books, risk towards all sorts of administrators or professors, students themselves who are utilizing their freedom, academic freedom, voice, vote in different ways, and are being targeted. And so I am so excited to have, the folks that we have had a part of this weekend, just talk about cream of the crop. So I am handing it over to my good brother, Dr. Sidney Freeman, who's going to moderate this discussion. He represents a powerful, powerful work, the liberation movement, but is also, so many things. I mean, educator, leader, advocate, justice warrior, you name it. And so, Dr. Freeman, I'm so excited that you are here. Dr. Byfield, come on, doing powerful, powerful work in our community. Personal reason why I am so close to being debt-free, but also is really passionate about education for our students, for our children, runs the phenomenal STEMIS organization. Dr. David Martin, a personal family friend of ours here, headmaster over at our school, founded a phenomenal organization where he is an advocate and activist around educational reform. And Dr. Jasmine Britt, who I have a chance to really get an opportunity to know through participating here today. But I know that you as an educator, principal, someone who is passionate about financial literacy and work as well. We're just so happy that you are here with us. You all are here and will lead us into this conversation. So I'll move myself out of the way. And Dr. Freeman, I am handing it over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Llewellyn. I have my ASJ t-shirt, but it's in Idaho. I'm in Atlanta, so I just had to put my professor t-shirt, but I still got it. Thank you so much for this. Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. And it is a pleasure to be helping to facilitate this conversation. She did all the introductions for me, so I don't have to do that. We can jump right into the conversation. What I'm going to do is people who are on YouTube should be able to see a question that I just posted. I just asked what your name is, what your positionality, if you're an educator, a family member, a faculty member, not family member, but a faculty member. You have some children. We just want to know who is in the room. So as we answer the questions, we'll be able to answer it in a way that you can take the nuggets from and apply it to your local context. So with that, I am going to jump right in with our first question. how have recent attacks on DEI impacted your work? What suggestions would you have for parents, faculty, administrators when they experience resistance in their context? Dr. Byfield, let's start with you.
Yeah, I just lost a subaward grant on Friday. National Science Foundation has the head of the institution stepped down, and next thing you know, within weeks, hundreds of grants were eliminated. And so that's direct. It has modified the way I write grants in the future. I have a list from my grant awardee department that says, okay, we can't say these words in the grant, or they will not be funded. So you asked what we should do. I say go underground. I have a t-shirt. It's not the ASG t-shirt, it's the We Out t-shirt, Harriet Tubman. You gotta go underground. You gotta, in my opinion, I'm not fighting offensively. I am in defense mode. I am in fortification mode to be able to educate our community.
Wonderful. Dr. Brand, your thoughts?
For sure. So I too am repping a t-shirt. I need one of these ASJ t-shirts. So hopefully I can get one soon. But it's just an honor to be on this platform, and I want to give major love and appreciation and gratitude to the entire planning committee for creating this forum for us to have these conversations. I've enjoyed tuning in and listening to the various conversations. And so as a principal in Washington, D.C., a Christian educator, definitely the attacks on DEI in today's time are deeply concerning. It's creating levels of angst. Most recently, of course, with the immigration enforcement and the fear of ICE coming into schools to arrest individuals, that has created a lot of uncertainty. And as it relates to the financial implications, again, with the numerous cuts to the Department of Education that have, of course, its intended, consequences upon grants, such as for mental health resources and professionals being added to schools following the Uvalde massacre and school shooting of precious young people and teachers. We need the support of our community more than ever before. And so it's deeply concerning, again, that we are all living on edge, and that there's this narrative and this rhetoric of, English only right now. March 1st, executive order that was passed that says English is the national language of the United States of America, not giving any credence, of course, to the fact that we are a country full of the beauty of multilingualism, multicultural diversity. And so just is promoting xenophobia, further discrimination. And so there's numerous, too many to count, effects that are taking place today in our schools. And I think the second part of your question, Dr. Freeman, what can we do about it, is that we have to continue to rally together as a community through forums such as this one that you all have set up for us to empower ourselves with the information, and also work together in solidarity through the power of relationship, through the power of storytelling, through the power of rallying our resources together to make it true.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Dr. Martin, it's good to see you.
Likewise. So I echoed the sentiments of my fellow panelists, and just want to thank everyone, ASJ, the community, families, all the supporters who are working actively to create spaces like this and then to come up with some solutions. So I appreciate the invite. I agree and concur. I think the rollback of DEI policies has created lots of fear, hesitation in schools and churches, communities, at large. And I think in some instances, terms like equity or inclusion have been removed from mission statements. We've seen that happen. And we see that the underlying values around DEI, although somewhat might be misconstrued at this point, they remain in effect. And so terms like, and words like fairness, dignity, belonging, those are all things that persist. And hopefully at some point will not also become misconstrued. And so in terms of education, there are ways that we can still undergird and work towards some of those goals through things like whole child education and responsiveness and, leadership, servant leadership, those kinds of things. I have been personally impacted by some of this work. I transitioned recently from Pine Forge Academy, which amazing institution. I'm going to be plugging Pine Forge several times during our chat today. But I'm working right now to open up a charter school in New Rochelle. And we were supposed to open in August of this year, but unfortunately, because of the attempt to close the Federal Department of Education, funding that we were expecting and anticipating to be able to open the school was delayed. And as a result of that, we're now taking a planning year. And so this is something that is directly impacting the work that I am doing, that those that I'm working with are trying to accomplish as well. And obviously, these are things that we need to be thinking about, retooling for, and thinking about some strategies going forward. Thinking about strategies or suggestions, some of the things that I would offer would be, one, in the near term, we need to figure out how to reframe the language so that these kinds of barriers that are thrown up around DEI don't necessarily impact, at least initially, the ability to have the conversations around the work that we want to do. In Christian spaces, it might just be things like talking about Christ-centered conversations. Second thing is to make sure that we're emphasizing telling stories. Stories are powerful. People want to hear about people's experiences. And so being able to tell those stories, I think, helps to, again, push the goal forward. Thirdly, we need to know our rights. The goalposts are being moved, laws are being changed, and in the interim, we need to know what those precedents are and what the laws are, and being able to speak to those things hopefully helps to engage the legal system to be able to make sure that, again, progress keeps moving forward. And then knowing what your policy rights, again, are goes into that part of the process. There's actually an organization called the Leading Equity Center, which offers some great resources for educators who are wanting to engage in resistance. So I would encourage everyone who's interested to go and check out the Leading Equity Center for some more valuable and actionable ways that they can embed some of that, some of those strategies into their everyday work.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martin. One of the things that stuck out with what you said, you talked about holistic education. And as we think about ensuring that all of our children and adults have all the tools and resources they need, not just to survive, but to thrive, could we, as a panel, talk about areas in which we could focus on that will ensure that they have those skills that are needed? It could be around financial literacy, STEM, and other areas. But I would just like to hear a little bit about that. Let's start with Dr. Brand.
Absolutely. I'm so excited. I'm almost jumping out of my seat when I heard Dr. Martin talking about, whole child education, responsive instruction. It is that we, yes, Dr. Freeman, have this responsibility to teach our children and the next generation holistically. And actually, adults are included in this too. We're always learning, whether it be consciously or unconsciously. And so it's really important that we lean into that. I think churches are particularly positioned to create the space for learning to take place. We have Sabbath school or Sunday school. We have women's prayer groups. There are always opportunities for us to create these conversations and the discourse and the dialogue that allows us to move forward as a community. It is that we just have to be, as was mentioned in a previous panel, intentional and innovative in terms of how do we leverage these spaces to really promote empowerment and the sharing of information. And so just recently, for example, I was approached to talk about financial literacy with one of the dance groups at a church. And so that normally wouldn't go together, in a traditional sense, like, we're coming together to dance, liturgical dance for the church. But no, they want to make sure that the young people are prepared and informed, because we know financial illiteracy is expensive. And so it is only that through the power of sharing information, the power of working together, we're going to be able to help the next generation advance. And I think that our churches they should be lighthouses in our communities just as schools, in my opinion, are also lighthouses in our communities. It should be spaces where we learn and we grow together. And there's just one last thing that I want to say again that was based on some of the thinking as Dr. Martin was speaking. And as we are in this unknown time frame, it really is not that unfamiliar if we look back historically to how our ancestors really overcame difficulties and challenges. I'm always reminded and inspired by the stories of our ancestors who, as enslaved individuals, pursued their freedom, and they knew that there were certain subjects they couldn't mention. They couldn't talk about it freely, right? Just like today, maybe we can't, quote unquote, say DEI, but we used our creativity, our intellect to overcome. So they sang the spiritual, swing low, sweet chariot, and go down Moses, to give cues and to give prompts to the community of what was going on and to share these stories and these narratives. And so again, we can look to our present day and to the future as we also look back with that same Kofa mentality of we look back in order to look forward and to apply those lessons. And so all hope is not lost. We as Christians, we have faith, we have hope, and we want to use the spaces and the opportunities to promote these empowering ideas.
Thank you so much for that. Let's go to Dr. Byfield. I see phenomenal STEMists in our backdrop there. So how can we empower our people with skills, utilizing the STEM skills for their future?
Listen, we have to empower families, parents. I'm passionate about helping adults. I'm a college professor, and sometimes they ask me, do I tutor? Like, no, I don't tutor children. I empower parents, and I have a book, From the Womb to the University. You literally can lay out what you can do from the level of childhood all the way to when they were in youth. Get them prepared. Get them prepared to critically think. Get them prepared to see things from the level of fundamentals. So, a lot of times you want to do financial literacy. I believe in financial literacy, but I also believe it in the context of what I learned in algebra. Like, I didn't learn financial literacy in high school, but I learned algebra. Can I connect algebra to percent gains in the stock market? See, that's why I'm doing well in the stock market, not because I learned financial literacy, but I connected what I learned in high school, I learned in college, to real life. And that requires critical thinking. I think if we could teach fundamentals of critical thinking and how we can relate what we learned in high school to the future, that is the key thing. And so I'm passionate about getting people to love it from early. Number one, getting them to love it from early, getting their parents highly engaged. That's critical. And then once you and then now apply the basics to everything, then you'll succeed at everything versus trying to tackle every individual thing. That's what I'm passionate about.
Wonderful. Dr. Martin, any thoughts in that direction?
Absolutely. So I'm not gonna belabor the point. I think that Dr. Brand and also Dr. Byfield have done a great job, I think, laying the groundwork for what we've been talking about in reference to this particular question. So I'm just gonna maybe dig a little bit deeper regarding financial literacy. So I think many, especially educators, would argue that a lot of things that are taught in American classrooms do not necessarily prepare our students and our scholars for life in general. And so speaking to the importance of financial literacy, I feel like, just as Dr. Brand mentioned, congregations et al. So every space that looks like a faith affirming space could be somewhere that we could actually work towards having students and families become more financially literate. And obviously that's not just about, balancing a checkbook for people who are still actually using checkbooks, but it's about liberation and the end goal being generational wealth, especially for Black and other marginalized communities. And so students need to know about, how credit works, how to avoid predatory loans, how to invest early, as Dr. Byfield mentioned, becoming equipped to break the cycles of poverty to the point where these are foreign experiences for us, right? Things that maybe we're only seeing on TV or reading about. These are not our experiences. And so the church has a very big role to play in that. And I think that churches eventually, if we are going to make any progress, are going to need to be able to re-envision and see themselves as spaces that are incubators for a lot of this work to take place, not just for places where people come and sort of just learn about, scripture and all of the things that seem at some point to people who are in poverty to be ethereal, these like abstract concepts. So things that I think churches could do would be to host monthly life skills workshops for youth around budgeting, resume writing, interviewing, even cooking, conflict resolution, those kinds of things. Inviting Black professionals to lead career Q&A sessions, whether that be in AY or in Sabbath school or other spaces that, again, typically feel like inherently the wrong space to have those kinds of conversations. And then also partnering with local credit unions and other institutions in our communities to offer ways for students to save, to become more financially literate, and then to also then practice in real time what they've learned around those kinds of skills. A couple of resources that I think families and students and educators might want to check out would be Next Gen Personal Finance, as well as Ramsey Education, which offers a free and engaging curriculum, particularly around financial literacy. Ramsey Education, I think, is widely used in Christian schools as well, although I don't know them to be inherently a Christian take on financial literacy.
Dr. Freeman, may I jump in here as well? And I think that this is something that we have to learn how to do, is also to share our resources that we create. And so I wrote a book all about financial literacy for children and for teenagers. It's called Let's Win the Money Game. And what I believe distinguishes the approach by which I teach financial literacy, all God inspired, is that it's more than just earn, save, spend, invest, right? There is this notion and critical importance that we as believers have of loving our neighbor. And so that does mean that we take intentional action around being community-centered and giving back, right? We don't have an overflow just to sit in this abundance. We have an overflow that God has blessed us with in order to have a positive impact on our community. And so this has to be a part of the financial literacy conversation that I think marries very well with the conversation around social justice. Do we care about our neighbors so much so that, yes, we are willing to give to them in meaningful ways?
Wonderful. Thank you. One of the things that we have been able to do is to compile resources. So the book by Dr. Brand, the website by Dr. Byfield, and her book are actually in a link that I posted to the YouTube chat, but I'm sure that our back end will post that to Facebook, so those who are on the Facebook side would be able to access that information. With that, I want to just give a disclaimer that I'm a Black American. Some people call me ADOS. But with that caveat, it's really important that we talk about Black history and Black education. And I would like for our panelists to talk about why it might be important to emphasize Black history within our church context, within our church school context, and within the public school context, particularly related to those who have immigrated to this country, whether first or second generation, and in the context of us talking about those of African descent, those from the continent, those immigrating from the continent, and those immigrating from the Caribbean. So with that, I think the others on this panel have a little Caribbean background, so I'll be quiet and hear from them.
Well,
okay, go ahead, Jasmine.
Go ahead.
Okay, like I want to say something on this. Coming from a person, I'm of Jamaican descent. I'm born in America, but both my parents are Jamaican. And I want to say this. It might be controversial, but I I talk in code. I told you I'm all about the we out Harriet Tubman mentality. I talk in code. So those of you who know me, I called him Nebuchadnezzar. I blame the first presidency, his first time in office for all of this. A lot of us are boycotting and doing all things now, and many educated liberals, 60% of college educated Caucasian Americans put him in office the first time, and many people of color, particularly of Caribbean descent, put him in office the first time. And now the second time is just the ramification of the first. And I will say, I think many did not understand, people of color, especially in Florida, in the South Florida area, many put him in office not really understanding his language. And they weren't connecting how he spoke to the 1960s because many of them weren't there. And my father came here in the 1970s in the midst of the Black Power movement. He was only 19, so he immersed himself in this. And when I was a child, he made me watch Eyes on the Prize every single year, every Black History Month. He was a Jamaican immigrant, but he made me listen to it. And I heard the language. I saw the history. I saw it repeating. But if you did not know that history, if you didn't respect the history that came before you and didn't understand it, you wouldn't be able to pick up on those cues, and you would put somebody like that in office and then be surprised, 8 years later, what's going on. So it is imperative for people who don't know the history is to learn the history, because if you don't know the history, you are destined to repeat the history. That's what I would have to say on that matter.
Thank you so much. Dr. Martin.
Yeah, so this is a very, I think, the whole chat, the whole panelist group came alive. So I am a Jamaican, proud Jamaican, and my experience.
Proud Jamaican.
Absolutely. This is where if I had room to show you my legs, I would start skanking. But yeah, very proud. But I feel like there are a couple of things that come along with that, which are not necessarily things that I'm proud of, right? So being someone who was born in Jamaica, but then immigrated here with my family very early, there was not a heavy emphasis, at least in our home, to learn either history, right? So we had some exposure to that, but it wasn't really intentional in the ways that I would have liked it to have been seen. In addition to that, I find that those from the Caribbean and Black Americans tend to be pit against each other and tend to believe some tropes about each other that are negative. Black Americans are lazy, or Jamaicans always have 2 and 3 and 4 jobs, etc. And that kind of thing creates an atmosphere where instead of sharing resources, sharing ideologies, working towards moving the culture forward, we're too busy sort of like fighting each other and not learning about either of us, nor where we actually came from, our origins, right? So talking about the center of it all, the continent of Africa. And so for me, Black American history is foundational to the understanding of racial dynamics in the US. And it reveals, I think, a shared resilience, especially as Dr. Brand mentioned, and a struggle that binds us all together. So I would love to see us, coalesce around some of those things. And then on the other side of that, taking aim and focus on all things anti-Black Black or bias related. I'm going to make 2 points and then pass it over to Dr. Brand. The first is, I feel like we need to prioritize spaces where particularly pedagogies that speak to our Blackness are centered. And that's why I think for right now, I just want to really, really emphasize anyone who is not familiar with Pine Forge Academy, you need to go check it out ASAP. Pine Forge Academy was founded on over 500 acres of land that was formerly used as a terminal on the Underground Railroad. It sits and houses Allegheny East Conference, which is a regional conference of the Seventh-day Adventist World Church. And the teachers are Black primarily. The students are Black. The families are Black. And all of the instruction that takes place starts at the center from a Black teaching pedagogy perspective. And this is super, super, super important because of the ways that it affirms students, the ways that it prioritizes their experience, the ways that it lets them know that they are valuable and causes them to see how they impact the world presently and how they can do that in the future. And so I feel like spaces like Pine Forge Academy and other places where social justice and other important themes are inherent to the work that they do are places where we need to start sending our kids. And to be very honest with you, it is a huge, I think, regret for me personally that I didn't send my kids to a place like Pine Forge. I think they really could have benefited from that. So I just want to touch on some strategies really quickly. I think that we could host things like diaspora dialogues between people that we would consider to be elders, not just like church elders, but elders as in senior persons within our community, to have conversations with the youth, to explore history from multiple perspectives and Black traditions. We could also host and launch Sabbath School spotlights that identify and feature not only people within our church who are doing important work, but then again, within the diaspora as well. Some unsung heroes around faith and justice. Teaching for Change does a really good job to anchor some of those historical contexts and in lesson plan and curriculum format. There's been a lot of hullabaloo around the 1619 project, but another great opportunity for families and teachers and educators to do that work where we're reporting on and dialoguing and engaging with students around these important concepts in a historically accurate way.
So good, so good. Dr. Martin is making reference to the importance of culturally relevant pedagogy, right? That students see themselves in the learning, that we as the learner were able to feel validated and affirmed and fully seen. And it makes me think about my first grade experience when I first learned of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And my eyes just opened up as a little 5, 6-year-old to, wow, here's this amazing leader who brought people together and really moved for change. And fast forward years later, I learned of my great-great-grandmother, Judith Ann Carter Horton, who founded the first library for African Americans in Oklahoma in 1908. And so I'd like to answer this question actually because I too am African American, but I married into Trinidadian culture and get to enjoy the beauty of the island in so many different ways. But as a Black woman, it is really important that I am promoting and sharing about Black history, that we, again, as my panelist colleagues have already shared, that we all understand that Black history is American history. Black history is also global history. It is impossible to understand how this country was formed and how enslaved individuals were the economic engine that created a base for this country to be what it is today. And we have the responsibility to make sure that the next generation understands these lessons in very tangible ways, right? It should be that our young people, whether you're Black or of any other background, understands what was Black Wall Street and what was the Tulsa Massacre. I know we talked about financial literacy earlier, but these are not concepts, not ideas, but these are realities that we all should be familiar with. And so we have to look beyond teaching about race and culture to the limitation of the heritage months of Black History Month in February or Hispanic Heritage Month that spans September through October. Instead, we should always be interrogating our beliefs, our biases, and trying to learn from other stories and perspectives. As Chimamanda Adichie says, there's a danger of a single story. And so as we're open to learning new insights and perspectives and new histories, we too are enriched in return.
Definitely. So, Dr. Martin, you didn't have to keep talking about my alma mater. I didn't want to show bias. I got where I'm pointing, I have my sweater right over here, and then even though I'm not Jamaican, I was making fun a little early. I got a Jamaican flag on the other side of this backdrop. So yeah. With that, I think what would be helpful for many of the parents that may be viewing this session, it's really important we hear a lot about parental involvement, and there can be some challenges around speaking up for our children. How do we do it? What are the nuances of that? Could you, as educators, particularly Dr. Martin and Dr. Brand, could you please kind of talk about the ways in which parents and guardians can speak up and advocate for their children?
Sure, I can jump in. So I think advocacy starts with awareness, and it's fueled. It's the gas of advocacy is consistency, right? So knowing what we need to do, and then being consistent with that. And so parents and community members, I don't think need to necessarily be focused on some of the things that I think tend to distract us around this conversation, but they do need to be change makers. And so some of the ways that I would suggest that they do that are: one, learn policies before you need to use them. Particularly if your child is in a local school district, you need to read the bylaws. You need to know all of the ways that the school district operates and makes its decisions before you need to actually leverage those policies. Second is to organize with others before an issue occurs. And in some ways, that will actually help to prevent issues from occurring, right? If people know that you walk with a big stick, they tend to not want to engage in physical violence with you. And so you need to make sure that your community is strong and visible before you need to actually activate the community. Third, practicing advocacy literacy, I think, is important as well. And again, before there's an issue, you need to actually know what these skills are and be practicing them so that you can then use them use them eloquently and well. And then lastly is to build a paper trail to articulate not only your goals, but to activate the network, and so that those that you organize with are ready to follow through on those goals that you've articulated in order to accomplish them. A quick anecdote: when my family and I were living in Mamaroneck, we experienced several bouts of racism. Particularly, our girls were called the N-word, and we co-founded a organization called One Mamaroneck in order to bring about some of these things. And so the actualization of the changes that we've seen on the other side of this, which have been the superintendent leaving the school district, the civil rights body in our federal student civil rights body coming into the school district and forcing them to make change. These are all things that these 4 steps that I listed were the things that got us to that end goal. And so I believe very strongly in this process as a way to create meaningful change. And again, just want to emphasize and hope that those of you who are thinking about doing these things in your local community, that you'll think about perhaps just copy and pasting this process.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one quick thing, just an organization called the National Parents Union, which offers like templates and toolkits and webinars for families who want to organize in their community. I would suggest that anyone listening, go to their website and check them out.
Absolutely. When I think of advocacy, as Dr. Martin made reference, definitely it's about building your arsenal and your toolkit, all the different pieces of information that you need in order to really use your voice. And advocacy for me also means, again, that you have this sense of agency and that you know the power of your voice. And so we've talked a little bit already about the importance of like generational wealth, right? And that includes generational knowledge. I think that parents and families really do have this primary responsibility as being your child's first teacher to make sure that you are shoring up their understanding of their identity. Where do they come from? Who are they? Their value, their importance, the fact that they are loved. And I can't think of another better example than my good friend Anissa Perez, who actually is one of the facilitators and on the planning team for Adventists for Social Justice. She wrote this book for her son, Mommy, What is Immigration? To help give understanding of immigration and its implications upon his young life. And so it was based upon a question that he asked her. And if we as educators, if we as family members can take on this very important, again, responsibility of being the primary information givers to our young people. Otherwise, they're going to get information from God knows where, and they're going to interpret this information in any kind of way. Instead, we can never abdicate our responsibility to help shape the way in which our children are understanding the world around them. So again, I emphasize the importance of all of us as adults holding this responsibility to mentor, to inform, and to educate the next generation, grounded upon their identity, not only racially, not only in terms of ethnic background, but also as Christians. Who are we as Christians, and what does it mean to be a person of faith living in today's society? With that, I believe also comes the importance, as we think of advocacy, how we can teach our children through volunteerism, right? And to have empathy and how to show kindness to others in many different ways. And so at our school, for example, volunteering is a part of how we do business. It is that during Martin Luther King celebration and volunteer day of service, our children select projects that they want to complete. And we raise money for local organizations, because it doesn't matter your age, we all can help in some kind of a way, whether you're 3 years old, like the preschoolers at our school in DC, or whether you are much older, we all can advocate by taking action.
I just want to say that I really appreciate this group of scholars. Y'all are amazing, and it's just so important, to your point, to increase that. The scholars need to speak. It's time for the scholars to speak. I would want to give just a specific way of advocacy, especially in the level of the high schools. You need to, in my opinion, go towards the guidance counselors and the advisors. That is the bottleneck for many in the context of STEM. It's like, well, maybe you shouldn't consider STEM. Maybe you should do something else. But if a parent is constantly in the office of a guidance counselor, advisor, showing them that this child has an advocate who wants to push them to excellence, they will be forced to provide opportunities. Things like dual enrollment. Many of our students do not know about dual enrollment, going to college while in high school, but only a few know. And usually it's the parents who are in those offices that get that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Dr. Byfield. There's a question in the chat by Jasper St. Bernard that asked this question. I think it was Dr. Byfield who talked about going underground. What does that look like in practice as an educator? I think Dr. Brand talked a little bit about that also.
You know, my number one Black woman in history is Harriet Tubman. Favorite learn about her, and she was very active. She brought hundreds of people to freedom, never got caught. She was active. So I'm not asking for people to go not do anything, right? But you do it incognito. You do it at night. She did it at night. The slaves had cornrows. They put the wave. Do y'all know that our cornrows were roadmaps to freedom, right? So you know, you basically say things without saying it. So for instance, I have to take healthcare disparities out of my grant, but I'm leveraging data analysis for healthcare, right? At the community college level. You may need to work in places where you are massively engaging people of color. There are more people of color at the community college level that right now at the university level. So me writing a grant for them, I would impact them more just by saying community college. That doesn't say Black, white, anything. But because majority of students that go to community college are of color, I will be impacting them. So you might have to use words that aren't necessarily direct, but still have the same kind of impact. You might have to move in a way that is not as direct, and it's going to be really hard for me, right? But I have to be indirect in my activity, but be very active. Just do it at night. Just do it underground. Use code language. Use cornrows. Use as Dr. Jasmine was talking about, Negro spirituals.
Yeah.
Are there others on the panel that want to speak to this?
So much to say. I think Dr. Bob nailed it. I mean, I have in my hand Harriet's book, written by one of her allies right now that I read and just thoroughly enjoyed. But, you know, something that I think really stuck out to me was after Harriet's first escape, which she did a solo trip first before she came back to the South 19 times, freeing over 300 Black individuals. A woman of God who heard his voice very clearly. And again, what I'm excited about in this Adventist social justice movement and mission that you all are creating and curating for all of us is, again, that we know that this work can only be done through the power of God. There were times when Harriet would say to folks like, I'm just doing what God told me to do. She heard his voice so very clear. But after her first escape from slavery, again, her solo trip, she got there and then she says, I know we don't got a lot of time to read, but she said, I was free, but there was no one to welcome me to the land of freedom. I was a stranger in the strange. My home, after all, was down in the old cabin corner with the old folks and my brothers and sisters. But to this solemn resolution I came. I was free, and they should be free also. So again, this importance of community. It's not all about Jasmine. It's not all about Myra and David and Sydney and all of us as individuals. It is instead about this collective experience of power and beauty as brothers and sisters in Jesus' name as we pursue freedom. And so, you know, as we think about code switching and having to do our work incognito, like Dr. Byfield said, it is inevitable, however, like the abolitionists took note of the work that Harriet Tubman was doing. They were drawn and they were compelled to her. And they wanted to support, whether it be financially, whether it was opening their homes as, you know, stops on the Underground Railroad. You cannot hide the light. And we as Christians, we have this beautiful light that God has within us. And so as it relates to social justice, we will continue to walk in the illuminating power and grace of God.
Thank you so much for that. I think it helps to reground us in what we're doing. We're down to our last few minutes. What I've done is put in the chat. I want to encourage those both on Facebook and on YouTube to answer this question. What is one idea that you are taking away from this session? What is one practical recommendation that you will implement in your context? We want to hear from you and get that information really quick, and we got to get this done within 3 minutes. The question is around our talented young people. There are those who see that the field of education is not always attracting some of our highest performing students, both in STEM and in other areas. How can we encourage our really talented young people to go into the profession that is so important to us?
I would say pay them, and the way to pay them is teach them how to monetize their skill set. We're more and more in an age where we can literally use Canvas, learning management systems. The church can use it, you can use it, and you can actually teach people outside of your own context and make a lot of money. So what you could say is, listen, yes, you must empower the children, you must empower the college student, but there are other ways to monetize your skill set, and you will be able to be financially free as well as do your mission, knowing your gift.
I got to talk to Dr. Byfield after this.
That's a great point. I would say that in terms of the profession of teaching and recruiting for teachers, I think that we must begin to elevate the profession of teaching and the thinking around that, particularly in our communities. Too often we hear things like, people telling students that they're too smart to be a teacher. And I think that we need to shift that narrative. And so things that we could do would be to launch like a Future Educators Fellowship at our school or at our church, offering stipends for students to serve as peer tutors or even Sabbath school teachers. So early experience does matter. Inviting alumni of our schools, and of our churches to speak and show their impact and their fulfillment around being in the field of education. And then stressing the missional call of teaching, I think, is important as well. A couple of organizations that do a very good job around growing, particularly the Black and Latinx teacher pipelines, are an organization called Grow Your Own Educator, and then also the Black Teacher Project, and then also Dr. Sharif El-Mekki does a great job out in Philly doing this work as well. The Black Men's Initiative also in New York City is another one. And then just very quickly, this idea of careers, I think, is important, and getting students thinking about what they're going to be doing on the other side of a 12th grade secondary education. And so in that realm, I just want to plug, as Dr. Brand did, a book that I wrote to help families and students think about that, called The 10 Black Commandments. So how do I live my life in America with Black skin now that I've graduated? And some very, very quick ways that they can do that. Written for 6th through 12th graders, so conversational language. But again, just things that I think all students and families should be thinking about how to activate some of these things that we've been talking about in this panel discussion.
I want to double.
10blackcommandments.com, sorry.
I want to double stamp on Dr. Byfield's point around we need to pay our educators more and encourage them to monetize and capitalize upon their genius and their brilliance in creative ways with an entrepreneurial spirit. Absolutely. And also double stamp on Dr. Martin's points around early exposure to the field of education, its beauty and its benefits, and the opportunity it is to serve in this way. I also, when I think of being an educator, and now having taught for almost a decade and being a school leader now for almost that same amount of time, I think about how important it is that we understand and we promote this idea, in my opinion, that we are more than just our careers, right? Yeah. I am an educator, I'm an elementary school principal, but I also founded a nonprofit that was based upon the experiences that I was seeing of our students who were losing loved ones to gun violence, right? And I love to sing, and I love to write music, and I'm a wife, and I'm a mom. And so I think sometimes we present careers in a very narrow way to say this is who you are and this is uniquely your identity, and that is very limiting. And we don't make any field, for that matter, look attractive when we present the beauty of feeling fulfilled in the work. So when I go to school every day, right, I know that I'm showing up as a part of my God-given assignment, that it is a ministry in the work that I'm doing, and that it is serving a larger purpose. And so we know that that's important to explain to our young people, whatever area they may be called into, but also that is not the end all be all. God has made us all fearfully and wonderfully in very unique ways. And we want to really help shape and encourage our young people in that direction. So instead of asking them, what do you want to be when you grow up? We need to ask them, what problems do you want to solve? What impact do you want to make? How do you want to help your community? So we, again, have a responsibility. I don't want us to lose sight on the fact that as adults, as we think about the next generation, we have perhaps more power than what we often give ourselves credit for. How are we socializing? How are we bringing levels of consciousness to the next generation and helping them shape the path forward? So again, as we think about attracting and retaining and recruiting and training the next generation of educators, we need to be thoughtful about how we're really presenting. What does it mean to be an educator today?
Thank you so much for this wealth of knowledge. You can see that each of these individuals are well-researched and well-published. Thank you, Dr. Llewellyn and the ASJ family, for this opportunity to share our thoughts around ways in which we can advance Black education for our community. And so we look forward to the next group that is coming up and hearing from them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our phenomenal team of educators. Did I lie about what that panel discussion was going to be like? I mean, talk about deep and powerful. I feel like I need to go back and sit in y'all classes. I want to come to your schools. I need to go and kind of start again. And we are just so grateful for our amazing educators who are doing such powerful work in the classroom, in our communities, writing, researching, creating. And this is what we need to ensure that our histories, our truth, our realities continue to be taught, that our next generation of students and leaders are able to self-actualize and fulfill their goals and fulfill their dreams. So thank you all so very much. We are getting ready to transition to our last session of the day. It is surreal to think about the fact that our Community Action Lab is coming to its end. But I believe that we are ending right where we need to be on our conversation here about youth leadership in social justice activism, the power of us. How do we pass the torch and share the flame? And we have here as our moderator, Mr. Knight, who we call the People's Champ. We know that when we talk about youth leadership, mentorship, youth development, there is no one else doing harder work in our communities to ensure that our youth have a voice, that they have support, that they have resources, and they have someone who believes in them. And so we are so excited, Susan, that you are here and you are going to lead our phenomenal panel into this conversation. I'm really excited that this is where we're landing. And it's not just where we are ending, but I believe it's where we're going to begin. I believe it's where our work is going to transition. And so I'm going to hand it right over to you, and you're going to bring our panel up.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. I hope everybody is well out there. I don't know if we can see the comments at all, but not sure. Can we see comments on here at all, Miss?
We'll post the comment. You might not be able to see the comments unless you all are following the live on YouTube or Facebook.
Okay.
But we'll feed questions and things like that into the chat for you to see.
Awesome. Well, good. I'm happy to be here today on a Sunday. So this is awesome, and I really hope that everybody is having a good time. I'm just kind of listening to what has been shared so far. Today, as we wrap this up, we're going to try to wrap it up with a bang. You feel me? So I hope everybody is ready and excited to kind of really, dive in and talk about some more serious things that are happening, and especially what we can do as young people. Now, as time has gone by, I've realized that I am not that young as I used to be anymore. So that's why we have our panelists here. They're a little younger than me. So I'm going to first start with, if you all could just jump in, introduce yourself, and just tell us like kind of where you are in your life at this standpoint. So whoever wants to jump and start, feel free to do that right now. And then we can just move to the next person.
Well, I can kick us off. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kayla Carmona. I am a youth and young adult pastor in the DMV area, and my passion is discipling young adults, youth and young adults. And so I'm really passionate about this topic because, right, we can't talk about discipling if we're not willing to talk about something that's our master is like he values, right? If we follow in the footsteps of Jesus, he values justice. So those who follow after him also have to, value that. So I'm really excited to be a part of this conversation and to kick with you guys for the next few minutes.
Awesome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cicely Jervis. I am a current educator here in the DMV as well. So shout out to the DMV. Home state is New York. Shout out to New York as well. Graduate of American University School of Public Affairs, class of 2023, Master's in Public Policy. I'm looking forward to having this conversation and starting and getting us moving.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Malcolm X Combs. Currently, I'm in LA, but I'm from New York as well, Queens. Yep.
Wow.
Queens in house. So what I currently do is marketing for Disney Studios. So anything behind their paid social campaigns, behind the movies, they would come to us with their budget and kind of have us strategize that. And I guess my connect in this is to get more people with, of course, who look like us in those seats, because that's not what the case is currently in the state of marketing.
Awesome.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sidney Watkins, and I guess I'm the only one from the South here. I'm a resident of Augusta, Georgia. I work as a court clerk at my local courthouse. I'm also a graduate student at the Augusta University, getting my master's in public administration.
Awesome. All right, and then I am your host today, so I won't do too much talking, but because I really want to hear from our experts here. But my name is Tucson Knight, and as Tiffany kind of said, like I'm from Detroit. I've done a lot of work as it relates to youth in the Detroit area, and still doing it to this day, which is very exciting. And also sometimes it's kind of it's rough, as you all know. What we're talking about today is that we have a lot of things that are happening in our society, as you all can see. We have a president that is like, all attacks on DEI, which, I feel like that's just like they're using the word and the phrase, DEI, but really, they don't want to see a lot of us in these jobs. They want to see a lot of us doing better and going to college and progressing. So I feel like it's a legit attack on kind of like our people and what we're doing. And my question for you all today is that I wanted to first start with something that was said by Mr. Roland Martin. He stated that millennials, Gen X, and Gen Z have withdrawn a lot from the bank of justice without making any deposits. Basically, that the boomers put it all on the line for the rights we enjoy today, and the following generations have not done our part. He's saying that we have benefited, but we have not deposited anything. And I have a lot to say about that, just in my own conversation with my own friends. I want to know, though, what do you all think about that? What do you think that is a true statement? If you think it's true, tell me why. If you don't think it's true, tell me that as well. Let's start with Brother Malcolm.
So I don't believe in that statement. I just feel like justice has progressed so has the world. What looked like social justice back then doesn't look like social justice now. So I feel like other people in other generations don't really understand the conversations that are going on between the people of our ages because they're not in those circles. You ask certain people even how to work social media in general at a certain age and they don't know how. So I don't believe in that statement because I feel as if they might have benefited from a different type of organization of more in-person. And now it's moved on to say social platforms to where you even seen with Reverend Al Sharpton's boycott. That was something that was circulating on social media. So I think if anything, it would be more of an organizational issue than the actual work going behind it, because behind the scenes in those spaces that where people who are older might not be in, there's a lot of meaningful work getting done.
Now, Cicely, am I saying your name correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Let me know if I said it wrong. We don't want no problems, okay?
I understand. Thank you.
No, Cicely, it's the issue that we changed course, like we're now doing things more on social media, or is the issues that we're actually not involved?
Yeah, I think that to piggyback on what Malcolm just said, I think that the use of not having to withdrawing from the bank and not leaving deposits is honestly a wrong choice of words. I think that we are doing the things that we need to do. And like Malcolm said, we pivoted from like knocking on doors to kind of going on social media and using social media as a platform. We saw from the Kamala Harris campaign that they social media was their main goal, and they used that platform and they got the word out. We had tens of thousands of people in packed stadiums. So it looks a little bit different today, and we have to acknowledge the fact that our times are changing, and that what we have to do as people and what our contributions as young people to the ongoing fight is going to look a little bit different than what our forefathers and ancestors did.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. But Sydney, tell me your thought process on that. Is Mr. Roland Martin wrong in his choice of words? Is it that we are using other, avenues to get out there? Tell me more about that.
I think that he's definitely wrong in the delivery, but at times his statement can be right in certain aspects. But I think that for the most part, like when it comes to, especially like Cicely said with the campaign for Kamala Harris, there was social media was the driving force in getting people engaged, and like Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, all of those are other outlets that we have and that we use as young people to stay connected and to stay informed and involved in certain policies and things that are going on in the world.
Kamala Harris, Kayla, right?
Yeah.
All right, good. I just want to make sure we're getting it right now.
Appreciate
Kamala
it.
Harris lost, Kayla. So can we truly say that her form of social media and all of that worked? As everybody else has said, she lost the campaign. She lost because of, I don't know what your thought process is about why she lost, but she lost.
Yeah.
So is clearly something didn't work. Do you think it was because we wasn't out there enough? We took it for granted? Are we not taking these social issues serious today? What's your thought process on that?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of factors as to why she lost. But I also think that we need to reevaluate what our definition of a win is for justice, right? When we look at the civil rights movement, there were a lot of moments where the perception was we lost this moment. But what was the tidal wave effect of all of those efforts? And so I think if we look at that moment and describe that as a loss to justice, rather than stepping back and say, how did young adults, how did millennials respond? What was their efforts as far as education, as far as resources, as far as using their voices? I think that is more of a win on a local level, right? Of seeing the push towards, we need to have these dialogues, we need to be gathering resources and communicating. So I would push back and say that her loss of the candidacy reflects on the efforts and the value that Gen Z and millennials put into social justice. I push back against that.
I've been around and people, I felt like this a lot as well. And maybe as I'm hearing from you, I see that you all have a little different opinion. But what I have witnessed is that a lot of people go to social media. They go to TikTok and y'all don't use Facebook too much, but we'll say Facebook and Instagram. They go there and they say that this is wrong and they share things and they go hard on it. But when it comes to boots on the ground, I do not see it. Now, something that I've recently saw, and I'm looking for your feedback on this as well. My first question for you all will be, is it that individuals are using is social media and using your voice, is that enough to deal with some of the issues that we are encountering today? Like, just think about it. Trump has gutted certain things that's going to impact young African-American people. For example, student loans, the student loan situation, the education department, that's going to impact. But is there something else we can do than just post on social media? What else should we be doing? So tell me that. And Kayla, if you want to start, please.
Yeah, so I think that there's a narrative that Gen Z and millennials only use social media. I think what's being expressed is that the way that they gather and they spread information is through social media. But we see that with Gen Zs from when they were really young, a movement that they had called what is it? March for Our Lives, right? The pushback against gun violence. They were really little when they marched on Washington to say, we're not okay with what's happening in our lives and in our schools. And so definitely, right, marching, using your voices, using your spending power, right? Gen Z, they know where to put their money at. They're not confused about that. They're, I would say, of all of the different generations, they are more in touch with which industry is backing what I care about. And if you're not backing what I care about, I'm just going to remove my dollar from there, right? They are the most up to date, in my opinion, right, on knowing where the trends are and where industries are putting their funds. And so spending power, Gen Z is aware of their spending power. And so I think that they need a little bit more credit than what they're being given at the moment. So again, marching, using your voice. Go ahead.
No, great. I appreciate you saying that. So spending power, brother Sydney, let's go back to you. Is spending power? So I'll be honest with you. I have not seen much of the spending power. I've seen now the spending power that we did use. Can we give Gen Z and Gen X that credit? Because every Facebook status I saw from a young person, they were like, "Why would I stop shopping at Amazon? Why would I stop shopping at Target?" Now the older people seem like they were more pushing, and I don't even think Gen Z, it's just me talking now, I don't think Gen Z or Gen X follow brother Al Sharpton. So is that truly a Gen Z, Gen X push, brother Sydney?
I think Al Sharpton started the push, but I'm sure Cicely and Malcolm and others can attest. Once word of the idea of the boycott hit TikTok and other social media platforms, it was taken and ran with. And if you look at their stock, they've lost I think it's $12 billion in the past 4 months. So I think that it's had an impact, and I think that using social media has added to the effect. And sometimes there are different platforms, so the coverage is different in different platforms. So, for example, I am not a firm user of Facebook, so I maybe check it every 3 months. But sometimes you can see things on Facebook that were on TikTok 4 months ago. So maybe that there's a lag, but I think that
clearly
it's caught up. I think that there's a usage of it, and there's an effect that can be had from using and diversifying in the various platforms.
Got you. Anything you want to add, brother Malcolm or Miss Cicely? Anything you want to add just to that topic?
Yeah, sure. Definitely, I think Gen Z is and Gen X is willing to boycott Target. I think we are living in an economy. We were told from childhood, if you get a bachelor's degree, you'll be able to find a job. If you get a master's degree, you'll be able to make enough money to live off of. And currently that's just not the case. So I think that people are willing and ready to be like, hey, I don't really have it anyway, so give me a reason to boycott and not you spend my dollars there, and I will. And that's exactly what happened. And just to piggyback on what Sydney said, TikTok is definitely a tool that people underestimate. There have been times where I didn't know things that I found out from TikTok and did some extra research and did find out information. And that is a tool that we as our generation loves to use. And that is why the Trump administration and the government is trying to get rid of TikTok in the first place, because they are upset about how aware we are of what's going on in our nation today.
You think that's why the government wants to get rid of TikTok?
I definitely do believe that is part of the reason. There might be some more other issues, but I definitely believe that is part of the reason why they don't want us to be aware.
So do you know the official reason why they want to get rid of TikTok?
I definitely checked about it a while back ago, but I don't remember at the top of my head right now.
So, from what I understand, don't quote me either because I've done much research, but basically the TikTok is owned by China. So China is receiving a lot of information from United States of America. So if that happens, that could, that is kind of compromising our security and things like that. But what I have realized about TikTok, and I was really, this is going to be my next question, and Cicely, you can either answer it because it's really directed back towards some of the comments you just made, or Brother Malcolm, if you want to jump in, feel free, because I don't want to hold you out. But I noticed that there is a lot of, how can I put this, misinformation on TikTok. That's one, a lot of misinformation. So and then two, people that are like beloved on TikTok are not beloved universally. So for example, I don't know if y'all watched the guy, he's actually from my state. His name was Eric Mays, right? So have you ever seen him? He goes off. He's the councilman from Flint. He's going off. He's going crazy all the time. And on TikTok, it's like, yo, this guy's the best thing. He's telling the truth. He's fighting truth. He's fighting truth to power. But when I noticed like some of that stuff got posted on Facebook, it was just like completely a turnoff. And absolutely people was not going for it. And the same thing I realized, and I cannot recall the name, but it was like somebody else running for mayor in Chicago where everybody was with this person and the person got like, on TikTok, you'd have thought this person was going to be in number one when the election came in, but he got 1%. So my question to you all, or to Miss Cicely or Brother Malcolm, whichever one want to start, but please both comment. What do you do about the misinformation that's being put out there that's making that I think compromises the work that we're trying to do as it relates to social justice?
Really great question there. I think it goes back to, as an individual, you have to go ahead and do your own research for yourself. That's the only way you can make an informed decision. You can't trust everything that you see and hear on social media. You have to put in the work to understand and figure out what's going on. And that way you'll be able to make an informed decision and be able to use that to help you guide on what your choices are and what your concerns are about in government.
Brother Malcolm.
Kind of piggybacking on that, the same thing is if you see something that you might not know, is to always fact check it. You never do want to be a victim of misinformation, as it is very much easy with AI now and everything, that you just have to be careful about what you see online. So you just always have to make sure you go to either an EDU source or just reliable sources to where you can find out if this information is true.
So I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised by everybody feels that young people are playing their role as it relates to fighting against the systemic issues that we're going through right now and what we've gone through in the past. So, which brings me to a point. I don't know, have you all, and this is kind of encompassing, have you all watched or been following the story of the young man from Texas? Tell me, I see heads shaking enough. There's a young man from Texas. He got himself into some major trouble down there. He was sitting under a tent, and I just try to go by the facts. I don't go by anything else but the facts. But he was sitting under a tent. I guess someone told him to move. They might even grabbed him and said, move. And he took out a knife and stabbed him, and the kid died. The young man, which I forgot his name, Kamari, but I forgot his name. But the young man was black. The person he stabbed was white. He went to jail. He got out on bond recently. Have you all heard that story? Is that making?
Yes. Yes.
I see Miss Kaylee. You have not heard that story? Wow. Okay.
Just a little bit.
Okay. So tell me. So let me tell you something about what. Let me tell you what got me about that story, and it kind of goes to some of the points that you all have been making. Is that first off, and it goes to the point that I just said, there was a lot of misinformation about the story, right? A lot of misinformation. They said, oh, he was getting bullied and all this stuff. So I'm like, how do you get bullied? It was like a one-time, encounter. And then, they said that the young man, the family, is usually money that they were fundraising to buy a house. Just a lot of misinformation going on about the story. But what got me the most about this story was the amount of people that donated to this young man's like GoFundMe. And I believe, I want to say, I forgot, it was a lot of money. At least $300,000 got donated for his lawyer. And I was like, wow, look at us stepping up. You feel me? Like, it made me proud, honestly, even though, like I said, I don't know the facts of the story. I think that the young man did make a bad choice. But at the same time, I don't believe we wash away every young man that makes bad choices. So I'm like, we need to figure out a way. He's young. Let's figure out a way to rehabilitate him, and help him make better choices in the future. But that was my situation. But what I like about what happened in there is that a lot of people donated to that. How do you all feel that goes as it relates to the conversation we're having? Because what you are saying is that basically there's a different way to support. I'm not seeing a lot of Gen Z, Gen X use their funding and their foots and their shoes to make an impact. Do you all have any ways that they've made an impact through that way besides the Target thing, which I believe was like I can't say it, but it was, everybody was doing Target. Target got singled out. They got it. But what other ways have you all have seen this type of impact? Let's start with Brother Malcolm there, because you're aware of the story. Anything you want to say about it is fine with me.
So I feel as if people who might not have the funds behind to support, say, a GoFundMe, might do the footwork, quote unquote, on social media and controlling that misinformation. So I know I've seen a whole bunch of posts saying a whole bunch of things about him and his family and what they've been doing. And then you'll see people stepping into the comments, showing links, showing proofs, receipts of that they might have had this first before this incident, or correcting facts of the case, like, no, he didn't start it. So I believe that's a lot of the work that has been being done on that. And whether it's a share, a repost, just pushing the story to increase awareness on it may lead to a donation. So you just kind of never really know the indirect effects of curbing that misinformation or sharing that post. But as much money as you said have been raised is kind of the impact. You're seeing the impact almost of that work that might not be financial, but of just kind of controlling the narrative of honestly what this country is. There's always a narrative of, quote unquote, playing the race card and all of this other stuff that gets thrown into this that gives people like us unfair trials, injustice, and everything else in between. So I think controlling that conversation is very important to make sure that he does get a fair trial.
Got you. Anybody else want to add to that before I go to my next question? Okay, sure. All right. I have a job, right? I'm a Gen Z, I'm Gen X. I'm getting to my job and something happens. I don't feel comfortable. Well, what is your advice for an individual who don't feel comfortable like sharing stuff on social media or getting involved in these politically hot topics right now for fear of like, hey, I'm going to lose my job, or I have a great career I'm about to start. I have a master's degree. I can't be getting out here doing certain things or saying stuff. What is your advice to those individuals?
I can start with this one. There are so many different ways to get involved. For example, like if you don't feel comfortable on social media, you can go ahead and like figure out who your reps are locally and on the federal level and start emailing, calling them. I used to work for a senator in the state of New York. And one thing we had to do while we were in the office was that everybody that came through the door, we had to listen to them. I think that's going to be one of the most powerful ways that Gen Z and Gen X and millennials can go ahead and show government that we are here and we're focused. Start by sitting in your local officials' offices and letting them know that you are here and you want to be heard. That is one great way to start.
Awesome. Kayla and Sydney, I haven't heard from you all. Talk to me about that.
I think another way, if you're not comfortable with posting things, because I do know that, right? If you're a federal worker, things are just really scary for you right now, right? I think being involved on your local level with agencies that are helping groups, right? Are you able to volunteer your time? Are you able to, right, pull up to a pop-up where they're educating people in the community? Are you able, right, to help print out things and go to, someone mentioned earlier, like printing out things and putting it in local businesses and having conversations and being a part of the dialogue on the local level. So it's nothing to do with what your social media footprint is, but I'm engaging with the real life stories of those who are in my community. And I'm making sure that whether it be with my voice, with my dollar, with my energy, that I'm helping where I am. And so I think your question is real, but there's so many ways that people can be involved, and I think ways that people are involved and engaged.
So all politics are local. They all start on a local level and they go up to state, federal, and then so on and so on, so forth. But I think that if you want to have impact, especially if you're not connected to any politician directly, you don't know how to, the best way to get started is to just get involved in the community. What's the need in the community, and how can you help to make that need help fix the need in the community? That's the best way, I think.
Awesome. And something that has been coming up that we're trying to figure out is that, so there is clearly a disconnect between I'm a millennial and there's other generations. How do we bring everyone together? How does it that, like, all right, so you all are doing a social media. We believe in boots on the ground. We believe in going out, telling them, protesting, going into their face, having that confrontation. How do we bring everybody together? And I'll go back to Kayla and Sydney real quick, and then we'll go back up to Brother Malcolm and Miss Cicely.
Yeah, I think the first way to begin that intergenerational collaboration is, how am I viewing the other generation? Because I think that there are generation wars, and right, Tucson, you were mentioning misinformation on social media, but there's misinformation between generations, right, about the heart posture and the intent and the desire to be engaged between different generations, right? And so as I am approaching another generation, and I open to learning, like, hey, how do you perceive justice? What are the topics that you care about? I was doing some research on the topic, and y'all, did you know that there was a company that did research on 10,000 Gen Zs across, right, the globe? And what the research shows is that 70% of those who were researched or who were asked questions said that they're passionate about social justice. That wasn't a piece of information I'd heard previously, right? So what are the pieces of disinformation that we have as we approach each other in dialogue? And how can we just be honest about, like, hey, I don't know about what the topics are that you care about. I don't know about how you go about having these dialogues, because if I approach the conversation with "you're not doing enough," we're already on the wrong foot. The conversation is not going to go well. If I approach the conversation with, maybe you are doing something, I just don't know how you're doing it, I think it begins the conversation to allow for a road that leads in and ends in collaboration.
Okay, I think being able to adapt is most important thing. Things like this, where different generations come together to be able to collaborate and talk, is extremely important, because staying the same way and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. I think one of my favorite podcasts is the Native Land podcast, and they're millennials, but they realize that if you want to reach out to people, you've got to change how you spread your information. So they have a podcast which has an Instagram, which has a TikTok, and I'm sure there's a Facebook out there somewhere. But if we come together and take a lesson from them and come up with a platform where people from different generations are able to come together and have a discussion and see what the issues are and how they want to tackle them, come up with different solutions, and then work towards those solutions.
Brother Malcolm, they say for example, you're having a conversation with one of your peers, and they're like, "Hey, man," you're like, "Hey, we gotta get more out there. We gotta do more, or let's collaborate with other generations." Hey, man, hey, I just feel what they tell you. I feel that Al Sharpton way of doing things is outdated. I feel that the Dr. King way is out. How do you approach that conversation and help build that bridge to be able to see things change in our community that needs to be changed?
So I would just kind of ask them, what do they feel needs to be changed? We always have to start with identifying, I guess, what they see the issue in their approaches were, and quote unquote correcting it, or just modifying it in a way that certain demographics or just them in general would be able to digest social justice. So they might not want to be in a rally or boots on the ground or in that type of forum. But say if you like playing a sport, you like playing basketball, maybe you play in a tournament that's dedicated for social justice, or start a tournament that's dedicated for social justice. So you can have different forms of what you think that social justice should look like, but you should also want to do and perform the steps and take those steps to kind of shift it and how you want to shift it. So I feel like all forms of social justice, I agree with all of them, but the one that I prefer to take on is to narrow down kind of in my field to get more Black marketers. So that could be the same for someone else in a different field or a different interest. You might not have to target everyone. You can just bring in who you can control and in your interest field, and you kind of get a little bit more fulfillment and enjoyment out of that because that's already what you like doing. So you can say all of these activists might be a little too preachy or whatever it might be for you personally, and then you can do your own thing in how you would prefer to do it, kind of without dragging down other forms of social justice.
Awesome. Did you want to add anything to that, Miss Cicely?
Yeah, sure. I think one thing about the generations that we fail to acknowledge is that we are all unique within our abilities and our skills and our wisdom. And I think that for sure, like building community is one of the first ways in order to collaborate. Being able to piggyback on people's access. We have some folks that are retired and they have more time than someone like me, and they may be able to go to a senator's office and go talk to them and sit there, while I, on the other hand, might be able to do something else. And in order to collaborate and use our skills, we need to acknowledge what the abilities and skills that our older generations have and our young generations have, and the capacities that all of us have within our age range, and use those to help fight for justice.
Thank you. I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking right now, as I stated earlier, there's a lot going on in our society as it relates to social justice, as it relates to like just different things being defunded. I guess my question for you all would be, what is it going to take for, as they say, like we all want to come together, but what do you think is coming up in our society that's going to motivate everybody to get up and take a stand and get on one accord? Do you see anything happening? I'll start with you, Sydney, and go to Kayla.
That's an interesting question. I think if you pay attention to what's going on in the world, especially in the political spectrum in America, every day some form of rights or liberties are being taken away systematically, step by step. And I feel like it's important that we're aware, but at the same time, I see that eventually it's going to get to the point where rights are starting to be taken away and people are going to have to come together because we see authoritarianism coming and it's a danger. And eventually we'll come together, but I think that we need to come together now sooner than later. So
yeah. And Kayla, as he talks about that, Pastor Kayla, sorry about that, but as he talks about these type of stuff, these people are losing their liberty. I mean, there's like some major and some serious things happening right now in our society that should cause us to kind of, all of us, to be able to get together and figure out a way to push back, right? We need to figure that out. I was about a few weeks ago, it was the day that everybody, I don't know if y'all watched that or paid attention to it, but everybody was protesting. Everybody was outside. So I was driving downtown Detroit, and I saw all these Caucasian people protesting, F Trump, all type of signs. Elon Musk is the second president, all this type of stuff. But I didn't see many of us out there. I didn't see us. And also, but I did my part. I drove down. I blew my horn all the way down to the line stopped. But my question is that people are losing rights. They don't look like us right now, but I feel like this is a test. They don't look like us. They're sending all these immigrants home. Immigrants go home, like my God, what's his name? The brother. They sent him to El Salvador. They got him tied up and haircut, and they say he was a part of MS-13. No due process, nothing. I mean, at what point is everybody going to say we need to come together and all hands on deck? What do you think about that, Pastor Kayla?
Yeah, I think we're definitely in a moment where everyone's voice needs to be pushed in the direction of we need to resolve the issues that are at hand, right? Cicely's mentioned it multiple times, right? Of reaching out to your representative and talking, right? And sharing, whether it's email, whether it's text, whether it's pulling up and like, we're spending time today and we're going to talk about this. So I think the time is now, but I don't think that that's something that is a new concept to, right, millennials and Gen Z, right? Those who were aware of what was happening were saying this prior to the election, right? They were shouting this, right? Whether it be women's rights, right? Whether it be, right, immigration, they were right, education, they were shouting this of like, hey, are we seeing the signs? Are we aware of what's happening? And so I think that there has already been this push in this direction. But I also think leveraging, one of the panel earlier talked about allies, right? So Tucson, you're mentioning that day when all of the individuals went out to protest. That was an intentional move, at least from what I understand. The rest of the panelists can correct me. That was an intentional move of like, hey, Black people in particular, right? Today, you take today off because you've been pushing this fight, right? In the sense of when you show up, you actively are targeted. We're going to hold the load for today. At least that's what I understand from that series of protests. But just because they weren't out and, right, using their voices doesn't mean that they haven't. And Black and Brown Gen Zs haven't been using their voices. They have been, and it's been active. But I do think that now is the time. If there ever was a time, now is that time to use your voice.
Yeah. And let's get to this next question. We'll let Malcolm and Miss Cicely take this question. Do Gen Z feel like there is mentorship to lead? What do they want other generations to understand about them that's being misunderstood?
So I feel there is a good amount of mentorship to lead. There are a lot of programs that you can go to for that guidance that you might need. It just might not be in the way that the people who need that mentorship kind of have access to. So if you're maybe in high school, or you might not have a car, or certain ways to get certain places to where those mentorship opportunities are, then it's like you kind of fall off from that. That's why I think everything becoming virtual after COVID was a really good thing to now, where you might be able to bridge that gap or connect that person might need or want. So, and to kind of answer the second part of that question, I think there's a lot of there's, in a sense, you can see it almost even on social media, that there's almost a harsh feeling towards Gen Z, that we might be lazy, or there's certain things that that they might want us to do that that just might not be a necessary thing in today's day and age. You see people with, say, remote jobs being kind of targeted by people who have to go in person because they feel like they're not getting the work done. You can see it in the government. They want everybody to go back in person because they don't feel like they're seeing the work done. So I think that's a great example of kind of the disconnects in technology, or where it might be impact. So where if they don't see it, they don't feel like it's getting done. So it's like, I guess as Gen Z, we can try our best to convey that message to the other generations, but it's like sometimes they either can't understand it or they're not trying to hear that. So
I'm trying to not make this controversial, so I'm trying to keep. So, but I do want to ask you. So, do you really think that people are doing the same amount of work they're doing if they were like in the office?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes. Just because you can't see them, just because you can't see them, that doesn't mean it's getting done. I work remote on a couple of days, and I get my tasks done. We have status meetings during the day or during the time, and we kind of divvy out each other's tasks for the day. So it's like, if you see those tasks kind of getting done, that means whether I was on my phone or I went to the gym for 2 hours. If it's getting done in a great manner and there's nothing wrong with the quality of work, then how it gets done, in my opinion, shouldn't really matter.
Yeah. No. Okay. 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 I like this. So we have a lot of good questions coming in. So I don't want to. So let's. I don't know if you want to add anything to this, Miss Cicely, or did you want to answer the next question?
I would love to answer this question that's on the screen right now for everyone.
Yes. Okay, good. Please.
Yeah. The talk has been, I think, one of the reasons why Trump was able to win a certain majority of men was due to the fact of these bros podcasts, and that was a tool that they were able to use and exacerbate, and they got a lot of votes. I think one of the things that we are failing to do is, one, teach our children about civics, so what's going on and how to use their voice and how to stray away from false information and do their research. And also, I think we're failing by not being able to hear those other voices and other sides who may think differently than us. I know a lot of times we're so thrown off and we don't want to engage in those tough conversations, but I think it's more important than ever to hear the other side and figure out maybe what they may want to see in government, or may they wait what they want to hear. And that is a great way for you to learn from them, learn from the other side, and learn from what their goals and plans are in order to change and pivot our strategies in order to regain those votes back before 2028.
Okay. Can you put up? There's a few more questions I wanted to just hit everybody with real quick. Like, I see one. I'll just ask you. I don't know if there's going to put on the screen or not, but I see it in the comment section. It says, what do the panelists think need to happen to reach their generation with facts instead of misinformation? Because as we say, there's a lot of misinformation happening around here. How do we reach them with facts? Mr. Sidney, why don't you take that question? Because let me just continue going, because it seems like a lot of information is on social media. A lot of it, is on social media. And what I'm realizing is, even when I go on social media, it takes me a very long time. I almost do not believe some of the stuff until it smacks me in my face. I'm like, a lot of stuff I just do not believe. I go research it. I go look it up, So my question is a lot of people are not doing that. They're seeing it and they're running with it, So how do we address that if all of you all are getting your information from social media?
Then the solution is to connect to the social media and use it as a platform to educate. There are so many podcasts that are out there that are available that inform about politics, history. There are daily news podcasts that are 5 minutes, and they tell everything that's happening in the world, from NPR to Slow Burn to Native Man podcast. There's so many podcasts out there, and if we just utilize the platform to share and continue to get people to engage and educate people, I think that will help with misinformation.
Can I piggyback on this as well? Just to add to what Cindy said, I think those are all great ways, but also like finding ways to teach on social media. We all have an unique set of people that we are able to reach, and be able to reach them by teaching them quickly on social media about how to do things and what's going on in the news. But also is a quick way for us to spread information quickly at a faster rate as well.
Sounds good to me. Pastor Kayla, you want to add to that quick? You want to add to that? I know we got to wrap up pretty soon, but you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just circle back to something Malcolm mentioned earlier, right? That there are verified websites, right? Websites that end with edu, right? Websites that end with .org, right? That have verified information. There are entire organizations that it is their job to fact check information. And so using those, leveraging those, right? Sydney mentioned a couple of podcasts. If you haven't heard of those, go look at those, right? These are people who are journalists who, right, is a part of their job to make sure that they present information in accurate and appropriate ways. And so I think some of the resources that were listed are definite resources that people should leverage to make sure the information that I'm getting, not only does it resonate with what I believe, but is it true, right? To help me kind of navigate through a lot of the disinformation that can be out there. But there are people who are pushing to make sure accurate information is present on social media and different platforms.
If you all had an opportunity to put somebody on a podcast, and let's say you had Gen Z, Gen X, and somebody said, "Hey, I'm leaving out the millennials." I don't know. I feel like you all think so different than us that I can't put myself in that same category. I feel like it's a separation for sure. But they say we're younger. We're young as well. So I want to be young, so I put myself in there. But my question for you, if you all wanted to if you could put some people in a room together, and you feel like they'll be able to reach my generation, the millennials, the baby boomers, your generations, Gen Z, Gen X, who would those individuals be, and why would you put them in that room?
So I can jump in, and just really quick, I'm also a millennial, so maybe sprinkle that into the equation.
Yes.
Two people who I would throw in right now, who I feel like are targeting multiple generations, is AOC, right? Who used to be the senator. There's a massive campaign between her and Bernie Sanders, right? We're seeing that intergenerational push, but also someone who has a huge wave of following is Pastor Jamal Bryant, right? I would put them on a podcast together, right? Mixing, right, the policy and legislation with spiritual commentary, because both of them I feel would have a really interesting conversation and would pull their demographics, both of their demographics are very loud about social justice and making sure that we're impacting people through how we're living day to day. So those are two people who I would throw on a podcast together.
Absolutely.
Can I jump in here as well?
For sure.
I love that one. I think if I were to have if we added more people to the room, I think you can put Angela Rye, Tiffany Cross, Andrew Gillum, and Joy Reid are all people who are definitely getting those voices heard, and honestly connect generations without even trying. Just their personalities are able to connect across generations and lead for the ability for intergenerational conversations and community building.
Okay, Andrew Gillum is back on the
Yes, he is. He has been.
I thought we had lost a good brother for a while, but that's good. He's back. Anybody else?
I'm someone who, on a podcast, I would love to hear different perspectives. So I wouldn't just want to throw in almost just politicians or maybe just people who are associated with social justice. So I do agree with, say, a Joy Reid with the AOC, but then kind of also say whoever is popular right now to even kind of, whether it is correct their political stance or just try to speak to their audiences. So maybe like a Big Sean or somebody else, or J. Cole, somebody who might be a little bit, or Kendrick Lamar, who might be a little bit more kind of into social justice through their music, and kind of connect through their fans in just many ways that you wouldn't have the opportunity to.
Nah, I love it. I love that. I love that. That would be a very, I love that. Brother Sidney, you want to add to that conversation, or somebody said comment as well?
Comment would be a great one. I agree. I would think that we would need someone from the Adventist world. So of course I would have to say Preston Foster. I feel like he would be the perfect segue to connect the political with the Adventists and be able to tie it in and have the relevancy there.
I like that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's good stuff. Okay, so as we wrap up, I want final thoughts. Like, what do you? I mean, I think you all have really talked about like the most important. Like, there are different ways to get involved in the movement, and I think we all have to appreciate that. Someone said Garrison Hayes, huge part. Yeah, I love that as well. But there are a lot of ways, and like I said, we are in some scary times right now. I feel like there's a lot of different things that are happening in our society, and so what are your final thoughts as it relates to like when is enough? Like, when is it like, hey, what can we do leaving this space to say, like, how do we bring these people together? Because is it through church? Is it like maybe make some, I'm not a big fan of doing the social media groups. I hate being in groups, but is it like maybe putting people in some social media groups? How do we start bringing people together to have more of these type of conversations, and then begin to plan to take action? Because what we're seeing here in our society, we really need to come together sooner rather than later and really push back on some of the things that happen. Somebody said Eric Thomas. I agree. Yes to Eric Thomas. We'll start with Brother Malcolm. We'll just go around, and then I'll let Miss Llewellyn take, go back. Go ahead, Brother Malcolm.
So I would say in my line of work, my second agency, I worked with United Healthcare. So we dealt with a lot of plans that were dedicated towards older demographics. So something that is very important in, say, a marketing campaign is just the 360 of it all. Out of home is like a little bit more of the in-person, the billboards you might see. And then we have the social media, we have the TV. So I feel like we have to take that approach in social justice of just kind of the 360 marketing campaign of it all to cater to everyone where they're at. And I think we have to more preach the mindset of just understanding. Not everybody is going to have the same point of view as you, but as long as you realize that we all want the same thing, it doesn't really matter how you kind of go about it, or you shouldn't be judging one person how they go about it. You should kind of always have just that understanding that, okay, be that as it may, they might not do it how I like it, but they're trying in their own form of fashion. So it's just all about the intent and kind of just understanding, just in general, of whether you're Gen Z, millennial, whatever it might be. It might not look like how you want it to look, but have an open mind that it can still get the job done, just in a different form.
Absolutely. And then maybe if you all want to address it as relates to your own career, I think that would be fine as well. Like, so feel free. Go ahead, Brother Sidney.
Okay, so I think it's important that we continue to work to inform people about what's going on in America, that we find ways to connect with across the various different generations, that we come together to make a plan on how we'll make an impact, especially with so much going on. It's important that we figure out how to do that. And we adapt to the changes of the country and of technology and the things that are offered and the ways that we can have an impact, and then we put in the work. Personally, I work at a courthouse, so I see it from a lot from the legal standpoint of laws changing. So it's important to make people aware of the laws that are going on, the laws that are changed, and how it can affect you. So making sure that people are aware and informed is
awesome. I like that. You know, people like you going out and giving information just from your standpoint, like, hey, I don't know if you know this happened recently, so you need to be very careful or look into that. Okay. Okay. Well, and I will not end, but we'll end with Pastor Kayla and Miss Cicely.
So one of the things that I really value in my own space is how am I empowering the young people and young adults who are around me in their spheres, right? How am I leveraging the truth of the gospel to share that, like, hey, what we do on social media, what we do in a protest is not the only way that we advocate for justice, right? That how I engage with those who are around me, how I address moments where people are saying an out-of-pocket comment. That is also a moment where I advocate and use my voice. And so for me, a huge thing is that the gospel directly speaks to social justice. And I have a responsibility as a pastor to be able to sit at the intersection with people and say, your voice matters. And the God that you serve deeply cares about justice. And so if we say that we follow him, I must then look for the spaces where his heart is broken in the world and then go meet that. And maybe that's in my community. Maybe that's on the basketball court where I go. Maybe that's in my classroom. Maybe that's on my job. And so where are my eyes open, not just for these global issues, but where in my own area is there a moment of injustice that's happening, and how can I leverage my voice? And so I feel, for me, empowering people with, right, what does advocacy look like where you are? What does it look like to say, like, no, that wasn't an inappropriate comment and I don't agree with that, right? To give people voice, but also to give people hope, right? We talk about the reality that, right, Galatians talk about, like, do not get weary, right, in doing good, right? Justice, social justice work you can get really tired, right? But the word of God says, right, like, things will work out for the good in the end, but we have to be engaged in that as well. So what does empowerment look like as far as not losing hope and having resilience? As we watch things, maybe they don't go the way that we want them to. We don't give up just because it doesn't go the way that we want to the first time, that we dust ourselves off and we come back with a new strategy. So that's something that I'm wanting to continue doing in my space, and other pastors who I'm connected to across the US are also doing that on the local level, to say the gospel is not devoid of social justice, but that it is a call from the God who loves all his kids.
Awesome. Thank you. And you can end it out.
Yes. One of the things that we've talked about today was working together. There's a famous phrase that says, many hands make light work. And for people like us who are here on this panel this afternoon, we have a responsibility to share the information that we all know, which we've done so far. Not gatekeeping information is one of the main reasons that people are disengaged. We want to find ways to engage them. By doing that is by sharing information. In the education space, my job and in the policy space is to advocate for Black and brown minds and people that are overlooked and minorities that are overlooked, as well as educate those who may not have the knowledge in a way that is relatable to their everyday lives. With that, I think that will be a great way for us to start. We've started the conversation. It's now time to put what we said out in the open. Let's get to work. We've lost a lot of time, and I think if we start right now, we can build momentum up and get ahead, and work together in order to keep justice alive.
Wow. Thank you all very much. I truly appreciate your time. Great responses. And I'm excited, really to follow you all and excited to see the work that you are doing. Miss Tiffany.
I just want to say thank you so much for everyone being a part of this panel discussion. I am leaving with so many thoughts. First, I just want to affirm the work that you all are doing. Everyone on this screen right now is doing such powerful work in the spaces that you all occupy. And at ASJ, we got connected to you all for a reason, right? And invited you all to be here because you have a perspective, you have a point of view, you have ideas that we need, that in ways that we need to collaborate to ensure that we are doing this work together. So I just want to affirm what you all are doing. And I'm leaving thinking about so much and how we really lock hands as someone who, now I'm considered, they say, an older millennial. And I am really thinking about how we mix strategies, some of the hard conversations that we have to have, how we ensure that as millennials, we are not patterning to Gen Z and other generations coming what the boomers did to us, right? And so that we ensure that we see ourselves as all a part of the work. And I hope that you all see us very much as a part of the work you all are doing, as we see you all as a part of the work that we are doing. And that this is one work. We're working for one community, one purpose, one mission in this overall goal of liberation and freedom for all. And so, like Cicely said, this is just the beginning of one conversation, and we definitely hope to have more where we can really sit and strategize. And shout out to Native Land Pod. That is my favorite podcast that I watch all 3 times a week, and all the mini pods and all the things. Love Andrew, Angela, and Tiffany. I mean, I'm such a fan of that pod. And so I was excited to hear that we share connection with that as well. So thank you all so much for being here. And the reality is that the torch has already been passed, that the work is already y'all's. And it is how we show up and support and empower and continue doing this all together. So thank you all so much for landing us right where we needed to and giving us so much food for thought in how we continue locking hands and collaborating together. I am going to bring up our team as we wrap up here, our Community Action Lab. Man, what a weekend it has been, starting from Friday night, starting since 11 a.m. this morning. And y'all have been rocking with us all day, all weekend, really. And we are just so grateful and so appreciative of your time, your engagement, your comments, your questions, even ideas and strategies that you all have shared with us in the chat. And I'm just, going to ask our team, how are you all feeling as we wrap up here, our first Community Action Lab? What are you leaving this weekend with?
I'm going to say there's so much information to process. Every session has been more than wonderful. I do want to thank people that hung out with us, for 2 hours Friday, 4.5 hours plus today. I have some back end work to do, but yeah, it's a very powerful thing, and a lot of shared resources that we can take action upon.
I'm ready to go on tour. No, seriously speaking, I feel reinvigorated to do this work across generations. That the hands are there. We just need to come together and figure out and strategize how best to attack it, how best to truly transform the communities in which we live and work.
Awesome.
I'll go. It's just a lot to chew on. I'm gonna have to revisit the videos on YouTube and really sit and take notes. And but I do leave hopeful. I'm not a particularly optimistic person, but I do think that the allyship panel, all of them were really fascinating and leave a lot to think about. But also, they encourage you to, or at least encourage me to, just keep doing the work, even though it seems like overall there have been some steps taken backward. There's people doing incredible work, and incredible scholarship, and it's just, this was just an encouragement to keep going. I'm very appreciative of ASJ and everybody that was involved. they're doing the Lord's work. We're doing the Lord's work, all of us. And so just to continue going, it was really helpful.
Awesome.
Well, I'm inspired is the word that comes to mind. I'm inspired because we have a number of people out here who are visionaries, who are thought leaders, who are passionate and energized, and they're doing things that we were not even aware of. So I was educated, I was motivated, and now I am activated, right, to continue to work. And I'm also inspired because of the team that I'm a part of here at ASJ. I saw many of my fellow leaders part of being members of panel, leading panels. It just reminded me of why I was drawn to these organizations, because of the leaders you're seeing right here. They're brilliant minds, they're compassionate people, and they have a lot to offer. And a big shout out to our technical lead, Mr. Rubin there. Big shout out to him. I mean, So that is why I am inspired, and I hope the listening audience was as well.
Okay, Shane, my turn. I just want to say thank you to my team as well. I can't echo that enough. Our team is amazing. I love each and every one of you for all the different reasons that you're so lovable. Tiffany, we want to give you a big shout out. Thank you so much for your vision, for bringing everything that we talked about in late night sessions together to make it run. This is our first time being back, for those of you who don't know. And our friend, our leader, has gone through a time since the last time we've been together. And it says something about leadership when you can go through difficult things and find your way back to center. So we want to say thank you for rising above all of the circumstances that could have kept you away from us and from this work, and returning to it with such heart and dedication. We love you, and we're excited for what's next.
Don't make me get up here crying now. Come on. But I just want to say, like everyone has echoed, we have an amazing team here at ASJ. And for those of you who have been rocking with us all weekend, we hope that you might see yourself as someone who wants to be a part of our team and a part of this work that we are doing. None of this could happen without everyone on the screen and even our team members who are not on right now. Many of you may not know the losses that we experienced in our team in the last year, and even a couple years before. We have lost 2 of our significant team members due to death, not just like moving or leaving, but actually lost. And it has been incredibly painful. And this is all in honor of what brought together our organization from its inception. And it is my hope that this is just the beginning of our rebirth of what God is calling us all to do at this time, in this moment, in this space, that we all see ourselves as active participants of going into the darkness, of thinking about what does it mean to be just in this time and in this space. So thank you all so much for spending the weekend with us. Thank you, team, for being amazing in your commitment and your support through it all. And for those of you who are watching and you want to get involved, please just send us a message, an email, any way that you can reach us. Leave a comment so we can reach out to you. We have so much in store for this year, and we are really looking forward to partnering with you all to do that work. To all of our panelists, all of our moderators who spend their time prepping and joining us this weekend, we cannot say thank you enough. This would not have happened without you. So thank you all, and we will see you soon. Follow our pages, like, subscribe, so that you can keep updated on what we have coming next. God bless. Maybe we can, Shane, do you want to leave us out with just a quick word of prayer, please?
Certainly. Lord God, we want to thank you that you have your people out here doing your work. We thank you for your Holy Spirit that are leading minds and energizing and gifting people to do your work. We ask you please for a special blessing on all those who participated today, that you continue to reveal to them what you would have them to do. And we pray for Adventists for Social Justice, that you continue to lead us and that you will continue to empower us. We ask these things in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Take care, y'all. Have a great rest of your weekend. Bye.